Hey guys, tonight we're slipping quietly through the echoing halls of a palace where power moved silently. Footsteps mattered more than voices, and some of the most loyal and invisible servants lived their entire lives on the edge of history. Welcome to Gyeongbokgung Palace, deep in the heart of the Joseon dynasty, where you'll follow the quiet, careful existence of someone history forgot to highlight. A Korean court eunuch. You're not a warrior. You're not a scholar. You're not quite a man. At least not in the way people around you measure it. And yet, you serve the monarch, handle royal secrets, and navigate a world of unimaginable complexity where a misplaced glance can be a career-ending scandal. You move in silence, always watching, never noticed, unless something goes wrong. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is over there. I love seeing how far this sleepy time bubble reaches. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge across a wide courtyard, lantern light bouncing off the polished stone in uneven glints. You're not dressed in silk or gold. Instead, your robes are simple, utilitarian, soft cotton in dusty blue, knotted tight around your waist. The night air smells faintly of ink, pine needles, and the hot iron tang of cooked brass. Gyeongbokgung Palace looms ahead, its rooftops curling upward like the tips of calligraphy brushes, frozen mid-stroke. It's beautiful, yes, but oppressive. Its scale isn't just grand, it's strategic. You can't walk 10 paces without being seen by someone, a guard, a scribe, a shadow behind a screen. And yet you, somehow, must remain unseen. The servants who know you best call you by your position, not your name. That's the one who lights the censer box incense at Queen Dowager's chamber. Or, he's one of the good ones, stays quiet, walks soft. Compliments, in this place, are measured in how little you disturb the hierarchy. You pass under the great Gwangwamun Gate. At this hour, only a few people are moving, mostly eunuchs like you. That's the quiet reality. You're everywhere, and you're nowhere. You unlock doors no one else touches. You know which royal prefers barley over millet. You once picked out hairpins for a crown princess who never even looked at your face. No one will remember your name, of course, not officially. The annals of the dynasty are filled with names of kings, generals, and scholars. But eunuchs? Your footnotes, if that, which makes your entire life a kind of controlled vanishing act. They say the best eunuchs walk like mist and speak like water on stone. You were trained to keep your eyes lowered, your thoughts guarded, and your emotions pickled in duty. And if you do it right, you might earn a corner room with a window, maybe even your own inkstone. A handful of eunuchs have risen to remarkable heights. The legendary Honguk Yong, for example, once became so powerful under King Jongjo that ministers feared his influence. But most eunuchs, most live and die beneath layers of silence. Tonight, the moon is low and yellow, like a bruised apricot. You're heading toward the queen's quarters, delivering a pouch of ground ginseng. You've done this every night for the last year. The path is muscle memory now. 7 turns, 3 gates, and a short pause outside the dog-leg corridor where the princess sometimes reads poetry to herself. The guards don't stop you. Your presence is expected. Your role understood. You're part of the landscape now. Familiar, in a way wallpaper is. As you walk, your mind drifts. Not far. Only fools let their thoughts wander too freely here, but just enough to recall a voice from earlier today. A new eunuch arrived, wide-eyed, freshly shorn, his voice cracked as he asked where he'd be sleeping. You told him, quietly. 3rd room on the left. Bring your own blanket. It gets cold. He nodded like you'd given him gold. Maybe, in some way, you had. Historians still argue whether eunuchs in the Joseon court truly formed their own inner brotherhoods, or whether the rigid hierarchy crushed even that small solace. You've seen both. The older ones teach you when to bow, how to fold the queen's bedding, how to smile without seeming familiar. But there are jealous ones too, those who watch you too closely, those who whisper. It's a strange existence. In some ways, you are freer than most. No family obligations, no arranged marriage, no children to support or taxes to pay. But in truth, you're chained to the palace more tightly than any consort. You'll never leave unless dismissed, retired, or dead. You remember once, during laundry duty, an elderly eunuch chuckled and told you, "We're the lungs of the palace, always breathing, but no one ever sees us." He smelled like cedar and plum wine and had 3 teeth. You still think about that line, lungs. That feels right. There's a small courtyard you like to pause in, just a few heartbeats of stillness. Tonight, a persimmon tree has dropped one stubborn fruit. You pick it up. It's half rotten. You place it gently on a stone bench and keep walking. Even fruit doesn't get second chances here. You finally reach the queen's antechamber. The silk screen slides open, just enough to reveal a gloved hand. You place the ginseng pouch into it. No words, no eye contact. The screen slides shut. Done. You exhale. Not because you were scared. This is routine. But because even routine carries the weight of expectation. A misstep here could mean reassignment to latrine detail, or worse, the archives, where they send those who've seen too much. As you turn back, the wind picks up slightly. The paper lantern flickers. Somewhere, a bell chimes twice. You trace the way back, counting your steps like you always do. 13, 14, 15. You wonder what your name sounds like in the queen's voice. Then you laugh, silently, to yourself. She's probably never said it. Section 2. You're back in the servants' quarters now, your thin shoes against the worn wooden floors. The night smells different here, more like boiled rice and damp laundry than incense and ink. It's quieter, too. Not peaceful, exactly, just dulled. Like someone turned the volume of the world down to a gentle hum. But you don't go to bed yet. You sit on the edge of your sleeping mat. And you wait. Because tonight, you're supposed to help with something most outsiders wouldn't believe was real. Something that makes you clench your fists every time you think of it. Tonight, a boy will be castrated. You've been assigned to assist, Not in the actual act, but in preparing the room, comforting the boy, and cleaning up. There's not much comfort you can give, and there's even less that he'll hear. No one talks much about how eunuchs become eunuchs, and those who do usually soften the truth with flowery metaphors or euphemisms like the cut or passing through the gate. But there's nothing poetic about it. It's clinical, final, sometimes fatal. The procedure is illegal in most places, but in Joseon, Korea, the court turned a blind eye. They needed eunuchs. Who else would serve in the royal inner quarters, beyond where male officials were forbidden? Who else could be trusted not to father illegitimate heirs, or meddle in the precarious bloodlines of the dynasty? So families, especially poor ones, sometimes offered a son. It was a horrible sort of sacrifice, often wrapped in economic hope, one less mouth to feed, and maybe, if he was lucky, access to royal rice rations, silk scraps, and pensions. Historians still argue whether parents truly understood what they were signing their children up for. Were they desperate or misled? Was it choice or coercion when a 9-year-old becomes a servant for life? You wouldn't know. You were too young to remember the talk, only the aftermath. The preparation room is dim. Candles line the corners, casting trembling shadows across the low wooden table. A basin of water, cloth strips, a small, rusted knife that looks far too ordinary for something so brutal. You're not alone. The eunuch overseeing this is called Master Hay. He's one of the old ones, with a face like dried plum skin and a temper that never fully cooled after winter. He's done this hundreds of times. Too many. They always cry when they wake up, he mutters, checking the temperature of the water. Doesn't matter how brave they are. Crying means they'll live. You nod. There's nothing to say to that. The boy is brought in, carried by 2 relatives. He can't be more than 10. His cheeks are flushed with fever, either from the herbal wine they gave him or the panic that rides just under his skin. He's murmuring something, maybe a prayer, maybe a name. There's no ceremony, just speed, precision. You hold the cloth. You dab his forehead. You look away. The blade glints. There's a scream that doesn't echo. It hits the walls and dies immediately, swallowed by the palace. Then silence. Just the rough inhale of someone not dead yet. Sometimes the cut is clean. Sometimes it's messy. If done incorrectly, the child can bleed out or suffer infection and die within days. If done well, he'll survive, but often with long-term consequences. Incontinence, fevers, sometimes madness. You wrap the severed parts in linen and drop them in the ash pot. There are rumors, always, that some families bribe surgeons to preserve them, so they can prove the boy was pure if needed. Others claim they're offered to the mountain spirits or buried under cherry trees to ensure a painless life. But you've never seen proof of any of that. You just smell the blood and the vinegar and try not to taste either in your throat. There's a silence afterward, the kind that feels deep enough to fall into. You wipe down the table. Your hands move on their own. Master Hay is already muttering about boiling the blade, readying it for next time. You glance at the boy. His face is slack. He's breathing. He'll live, Hay says, tossing the cloth into the basin. But you already knew that. You've seen the ones who don't. And the ones who do? They never speak of it again. It becomes a before and after in their story. A hidden line. A buried hinge. Back in the dormitories, a few other eunuchs are still awake. One of them, a rail-thin man named Joseon, offers you a bite of rice cake. You look like you just aged 5 years, he says with a crooked smile. Felt like 10. First one? You nod. Joseon leans back, hands behind his head, staring up at the ceiling beams. You'll never forget the first one, not even when your hair turns white. He says it so casually, like he's talking about losing a favorite hat. The dorm smells like wax and old sweat. Someone's humming a folk song under their breath. You don't recognize the melody, but it makes your eyes sting anyway. Later, lying on your mat, you wonder what the boy will remember of this night. Will he remember the blade? The heat? The quiet voice that told him to breathe? Or will he forget everything, the way you've tried to? There's a small scar on your body, hidden beneath your robes, that aches in the rain. That's all the reminder you ever really need. Some eunuchs joke about it. They say things like, "At least we'll never be seduced by scandal," or "One less thing to get caught in your robe." But it's hollow laughter. You know that now. It's the sound of men trying to outrun a pain that always walks right behind them. There's one final task before you can sleep. You write the boy's name in the ledger, ink on mulberry paper, black and final. A new life has begun. A silent one. A strange one. Like yours. Section 3. You wake before the sun. Like always. It's the kind of waking that isn't really sleep's end, but it's slow surrender. Eyes opening to a dim world where the only warmth is the breath caught in your blanket. The dormitory is cold. Not cold enough for snow, just that dry, sneaky cold that settles in the joints and toes, the kind that makes wooden floors feel like stone. Your shift doesn't start for another hour, but there's no point staying under the covers, so you sit up, fold your bedding with precision, and tug your robe tighter around your shoulders. Someone nearby mutters in their sleep. Someone else is already gone, probably assigned to open the palace gates before the first drumbeat. You step outside. The courtyard is ghost pale in the early dawn, the stone tiles slick with dew. A bird cries once, then thinks better of it. You walk the perimeter wall, not because you're ordered to, but because it's habit. You like these moments. They're yours. And they remind you of before. Before the palace. Before the robes. Before the title. Your name was just Sun Ho then, and you were the second son of a grain merchant. Not wealthy enough to grow soft. Not poor enough to starve. You used to help carry barley sacks in the morning and feed the chickens in the afternoon. Your mother sang while she cooked, and your father counted coins like they were insults. You remember your older brother got the books, and you got the broom, and you were okay with that until he fell sick. The fever took him slow, first his legs, then his voice. Your parents didn't cry, not in front of you, but your mother didn't sing for a long time after that. And when a cousin came from the capital talking about the palace test, you didn't really understand what it meant, only that it might make things better, or at least easier. They said the palace needed boys, smart ones, obedient ones, small ones. You were all 3. The first exam was easy, writing your name, folding your robe, reciting a Confucian line you didn't really understand. The second was harder. Questions about palace protocol, cleaning routines, how to keep secrets without lying. The third wasn't really an exam. It was a choice, or the illusion of one. You don't remember saying yes, just standing in front of a room of men with ink-stained sleeves and tired eyes, and them nodding like they'd seen this 100 times before. Maybe they had. And then there was pain, and silence, and waking up in a place you'd never seen before. The palace. Gyeongbokgung rises like a stone dragon, beautiful but unblinking. Its wings are tiled roofs, its breath, the morning mist curling around its gates. You were terrified of it at first. Who wouldn't be? But fear fades. Even awe fades. Now you walk its halls like a shadow in slippers. That first year, you did nothing but scrub floors. Not metaphorically, literally. Scrubbing in circular motions, wrists aching, while senior eunuchs corrected your posture or flicked your ear if you missed a spot. You learned fast. Pride doesn't clean marble. Eventually, you were allowed to carry scrolls, then ink. Then, finally, people noticed you could remember names, details, patterns. Sun Ho, one of the stewards said, has a brain like a ledger. And that's how you got assigned to the palace registry. It's a small room off the west wing. Smells of ink, glue, and time. You keep records. Births, deaths, promotions, appointments, deliveries of silk, temperatures, astrological omens. Every piece of palace life boiled down to brush strokes on mulberry paper. You like it there. The silence suits you. Sometimes, when no one's watching, you read between the lines. You notice things. Like how the queen's maid requested extra herbs the week before she fell ill. Or how the crown prince's tutor stopped signing the morning reports, right before being reassigned to a distant province. You never write these observations down, but they live in your head, quiet and coiled like string. Historians still debate how much eunuchs influenced the actual running of the Joseon court. Were you just silent scribes or subtle engineers of royal machinery? You can't answer that. But you know this: the palace breathes because of people like you. And sometimes that breath is held just long enough to change everything. Like the time you accidentally copied the wrong character on a servant's transfer scroll. It should have said storeroom duty, but you wrote storeroom watch. One stroke off. The servant was reassigned. That night, a storeroom fire broke out. Had he not been there, awake, guarding, half the west wing might have gone up. No one knew your mistake had saved the palace. And you never told anyone. That's how it works. The smallest details, a wrong word, a late scroll, an ink smudge, can shift destinies. And you are the keeper of those details. A quiet puppet master with no strings of your own. You walk back from the wall, slowly now. The sky has turned lavender. Somewhere deep in the palace, a drum sounds. The first beat of the day. Servants stir. Doors slide open. A dog barks once, then falls silent. You bow to a senior eunuch passing by. He doesn't nod back, doesn't need to. You both understand the dance. Back in the registry room, you open today's first scroll. It's a birth announcement. A kitchen maid has delivered a son. You record it carefully. He won't remember this day. Not really. But maybe one day he'll scrub floors in this very palace. Or maybe he'll pass exams. Or maybe he'll be led into a room lit by candles, with a basin of water and a small, rusted knife. And if that day comes, you'll be the one to write his name. Ink doesn't remember mercy, only precision. Section 4. The room you sleep in isn't yours. It never was, and never will be. It's a shared chamber, narrow, low-ceilinged, lined with bedding, rolled up against the walls during the day. 6 mats, 6 eunuchs, and not a single whisper of privacy. The windows are papered and thin. In summer, you sweat through your robe. In winter, you huddle like sardines in cotton husks, breathing each other's dreams. But still, it's familiar, which is about as close as you get to home in the palace. Your space is the corner by the lacquered pillar. It's yours. Not because you claimed it. Nothing here is claimed. But because no one's taken it. You leave your comb, your inkstone, and a single cracked spoon there. No one touches them. You'd think, being castrated, that eunuchs might be a little less territorial. Turns out, that's not how it works. In fact, the lack of a family name to pass down, or a bloodline to defend, makes everything else feel oddly more personal. Your toothbrush, your rice bowl, your half-torn copy of the Book of Filial Piety, sacred objects in a life where the self has been forcibly edited. The walls are thin enough that you can hear the gossip in the room next door. Someone snoring, someone muttering about the steward with the sharp eyebrows. But in here, your roommates mostly keep quiet. Well, except for Dong-wook. He's the youngest now. Since the boy from the castration room is still recovering, Dong-wook has temporarily lost his baby eunuch status. He talks constantly, probably to fill the void left by his own nerves. You remember when he arrived, eyes red, voice shaky. He called everyone Sir for a week, until one of the older eunuchs slapped the honorifics out of him. Now he calls you Hyung, older brother. You don't correct him. He's chattering again tonight. Something about the royal concubines. Do you think they ever sneak out? He asks, voice hushed but bouncing off the walls anyway. Like, for real. Out of the inner court. Maybe in disguise. Maybe one even went to the market once. You respond with a grunt. Just imagine, he continues, ignoring you. She's out there, veil over her face, buying sesame oil while the guards are clueless. You don't have the heart to tell him that's impossible. The concubines are watched more closely than the king's shadow. Not for their safety, though that's the official story, but to preserve the royal bloodline. No funny business, no side lovers, no market trips. Besides, says Joseon from his mat, if one ever escaped, we'd be the first to be flogged for it. Flogged? Dong-wook blinks. Like, actually? Oh yes, Joseon says. Historically documented and everything. And it is. You've seen the records. One eunuch flogged for failing to report suspicious activity in the garden. Another demoted because a prince snuck out past curfew. And once, long ago, a eunuch executed for knowing too much about a queen's private prayers. Historians still argue whether that last one was just code for a political purge. But you've read the original charge scroll. The wording was vague, but ominous. That's the kind of power that breathes through these walls. You're never just a servant. You're a potential threat, a witness to royal vulnerabilities, an accident waiting to be noticed. And so the rooms are small, the beds are shared, and privacy is a luxury no one can afford. Even bathing is a group activity. There's a rotating schedule for the bathhouse, a small, tiled chamber near the servant quarters. You go in pairs, always, to discourage lingering, or heaven forbid, talking about things that shouldn't be talked about while scrubbing. The water's always either scalding or freezing. Today, it was freezing. You and Dong-wook went together. He hissed the entire time, teeth chattering. Why is it so cold? You just shrugged. Keeps the mind sharp? He rolled his eyes. You're so old. 23, you replied. He gasped, mock horror. Ancient. He's not wrong. Eunuchs rarely grow old in the palace, not in service. Most are retired in their 40s, if they're lucky, banished to obscure temples or tiny government outposts. Some die younger, from infection, from punishment, from being in the wrong corridor at the wrong time. You towel off quickly, robes sticking to your damp skin. In the mirror stone beside the basin, you glimpse your reflection. Your face looks the same as it did 5 years ago. Maybe a little thinner, maybe a little more tired. But no beard, no stubble, nothing. One of the fringe benefits of the cut, perpetual smoothness. You remember a joke someone once made. Something about eunuchs being the perfect court decorations. They don't age. They don't grow hair. They just sit there and take notes. It wasn't funny then. It's not funny now. Back in the dorm, someone has left a rice ball on your mat. Probably Joseon. He does that sometimes. Pretends it was a kitchen error. Never admits it. But it's always the kind you like, with pickled radish in the middle. You eat it slowly, pretending it came from nowhere. Dong-wook's already asleep. He mumbles something about sesame oil again, and rolls over. You lie down. You listen to the room breathe. You hear one floorboard creak in the corridor. Someone on night duty, passing by. You close your eyes. The room is not yours, but for now, it holds your body, your secrets, and your silence. And in the palace, that's as close to comfort as you'll get. Section 5. There's a man in the palace who remembers everything. Not just names and dates, but strange things, like the number of dumplings served at the king's winter banquet 3 years ago, or the exact number of silver threads on the queen's wedding hanbok. His name is Eunuch Choi, though few dare call him by it. Most just say, the bookkeeper. He runs the registry office, and yes, it's exactly as terrifying as it sounds. That's where you're assigned today. The office is tucked in a back corridor off the Hall of Worthiness, hidden behind a lacquered screen painted with cranes. You step inside and immediately feel the temperature drop, partly from the stone floors, partly from Choi's chilling gaze. He looks up from his desk, brush paused midair. You're early, he says, though he never looks at the time. You bow, of course. I thought I'd start with the winter clearance forms. There's tea on the shelf, he mutters, already writing again. That's his way of saying you passed today's silent test. Eunuch Choi has worked in the palace since the reign of King Yongjo. He's survived 3 monarchs, 2 coups, and a fire that nearly ate the records room whole. His brain is sharper than the best steel, and his tongue is worse. He knows every document's place, every person's assignment, and every scandal that never made it into official history. Your task today is to assist in copying the birth registry, the document that records every royal or high-born child born within palace walls. The original is written on thick bamboo paper and stored in an inner drawer, locked with a bone key. You open it like it's made of rice glass. Each name is listed with exact time of birth, astrological alignment, weather conditions, and, in some cases, a discreet note about the mother's physical condition,
Sure.
which is usually code for the king was not the only man in her life. You're not supposed to read those notes. You read them anyway. One entry catches your eye. A child born during a thunderstorm. Mother listed only as Lady B. No further notes. No indication of survival. You've heard whispers of this Lady B, a concubine who disappeared, or was exiled, or died giving birth. The details change depending on who's telling it. Historians still argue whether that child was real, or simply a rumor scribbled into history by mistake. But here, the name is inked, which means someone at some point believed it was true. "Don't linger," says Choi, without looking up. You jump and return to the copying. The ink is thick, made from soot and glue, and has a sharp, earthy smell. Your brush makes a soft, scratching sound as it glides across the paper. The act of writing feels sacred here, almost dangerous, because these aren't just names. These are the threads of royal life. One smudged character. And suddenly, Prince Guillaume becomes Prince Guion. A whole different title. A whole different lineage. A different funeral, if it ever comes to that. That actually happened once. Choi told you the story, with his usual dry humor. A clerk miswrote a name in the death record. They buried the wrong concubine with the wrong rituals. Took 6 weeks to fix the paperwork. And 1 exorcism. You're not sure he was joking. There's also the matter of erasure. Sometimes a name is removed, not by tearing the page, but by carefully scraping the ink off and rewriting over it. It's hard to spot unless you're looking for it. You found one of those last week. A child's name, replaced with a completely different one. Same mother, different title. "What happened to the first?" you asked. Choi shrugged. "Some mistakes don't get funerals." That's the terrifying beauty of this job. Reality bends around the brush. What you write becomes what was. Lunch comes and goes without much fanfare. A bowl of rice, kimchi, and dried anchovies. Choi eats while working. You eat after he's finished. That's the rule. When you return to the desk, a new stack of documents waits. Marriage registries. These are even trickier. Each royal marriage isn't just a union. It's an alliance, a treaty, a symbolic footnote in diplomatic chess. Every entry must match its corresponding appointment scroll, dowry record, and astrological forecast. You read one where the princess bride cried through the entire ceremony. The note in the margin says, "Eyes reddened from allergies." Sure. Another one lists the groom as unable to fulfill obligations. A polite way of saying the man fainted during the bowing ritual and had to be carried out like a bag of rice. Then there's the one you recognize, the crown prince's wedding from last year. You attended that one, not in the hall, of course, but stationed at the side entrance with other registry aides, holding ceremonial scrolls. You remember the weight of them, heavy with history. or just heavy. That was the night the prince tripped on his robe. Whole court gasped like a ghost had farted. Even now, you smile at the memory. Briefly. Choi notices. Something amusing? No, sir. He doesn't press. He rarely does. The day stretches on, your brush dancing through names of people you'll never meet, recording lives that may already be over. You wonder sometimes, if you vanished tomorrow, who would write your name? Would it go in the eunuch registry, the servant log, or just float into obscurity like the others? When the sun dips low and the shadows grow long, Choi finally speaks. That's enough for today. Your lines are getting crooked. You bow, grateful. Your hand aches. Your back screams. Be here at dawn, he adds. We begin the death ledger next. Of course you do. You leave the registry room in silence, the paper dust still clinging to your robes. Outside, the world feels too bright, too alive. You squint up at the orange-tinted sky, and for just a moment, you remember the warmth of a grain sack slung over your shoulder, the creak of your father's cart, the taste of burnt rice on a cold morning. Then, you tuck the memory away. You have names to remember tomorrow. Section 6. It's not always death and ink. Sometimes it's robes that trail like smoke and slow, deliberate footwork. Sometimes it's gongs and bells and flower petals and 100 heartbeats synchronized beneath lacquered hats. You've done your fair share of scrubbing floors and filing scrolls. But on days like today, you become something closer to a ghost choreographer. Because today, there's a royal ceremony, and while the ministers and nobility prepare to bow and recite and sparkle in silks, it's you and your fellow eunuchs who make sure the whole show doesn't fall apart like a cheap paper fan. You're up before the roosters. You're in the ceremonial warehouse, sorting through robes, layered hanboks the size of small tents, beaded collars, gold-threaded sashes, embroidered slippers that look great but feel like walking in wooden clouds. Everything is labeled, folded, pressed, and terrifyingly fragile. One misstep, one smudge, and you're not just cleaning up a stain. You're rewriting a sacred rite. You're assigned to assist with the ritual mats. These are thick, embroidered floor coverings, one for each high-ranking official, laid out in the courtyard in perfect alignment. If you're off by even a finger's width, someone important might kneel in the wrong direction. And bam, bad omen. Or worse, a whisper of incompetence in the palace grapevine. You do not want your name in that vine. Dong-wook is helping you today. He's jittery with excitement. I heard the queen herself will be there, he whispers, clutching a silk-bound checklist like it's a holy text. You nod. She usually is, especially for ancestral rites like this. The Jongmyo Jeri, or Ancestral Memorial Ceremony, is no joke. It's Confucian protocol, cranked up to 11. The spirits of past kings are believed to attend, and they are not known for being forgiving if the wrong wine is poured. Do you think they really feel it? Dong-wook asks, adjusting a lantern. The ancestors, I mean. Do they actually come? You think for a moment. If they do, they're probably laughing at how long it takes to fold these mats. He snorts. Or judging our handwriting. Absolutely. Historians still debate whether the Joseon kings genuinely believed in the spiritual power of these rites, or simply used them to reinforce social order. After all, nothing says, "I'm legitimate," like having 17 generations of dead monarchs on your guest list. Regardless of belief, the ritual is precise. There's music from the court orchestra, slow and heavy, played with instruments older than the dynasty itself. Dancers move in squared formations, sleeves fluttering like wings. Food offerings are laid out in calculated rows: bowls of rice, slices of pear, strips of dried fish, all untouched. It's art. It's theater. It's bureaucracy in silk. And you? You're behind the curtain, stitching the seams of illusion. You check the time as the sun rises higher. Your next task is arguably the most delicate, guiding the minor court officials to their assigned positions. These are men who've spent decades in civil service, studied under candlelight until their eyesight blurred. And yet, without you, they'd forget where to stand. Am I second from the incense burner, or third? One asks you, scroll trembling in his hand. Third, sir, you reply gently. By the fifth pillar. Ah, yes, of course. I was just testing you. You smile and bow. The irony is delicious. These scholars passed the civil service exam, survived factional politics, but without a eunuch quietly pointing, they'd bow to the wrong ancestral tablet and scandalize the heavens. And don't even get started on the incense. There's a formula for how many sticks to burn, how long, where to place them, how to hold the burner, one hand below the other. Not too fast, not too slow. You once saw a ceremony stall for 15 minutes because someone brought cinnamon incense instead of sandalwood. The horror. Today goes smoothly, mostly, except for one moment when a gust of wind knocks over a wine vessel, splashing onto the sleeve of an assistant minister. He freezes, unsure whether to scream or burst into tears. You step forward instantly, dabbing at the sleeve with a cloth, offering no words, just a bow and a nod that says this never happened. It works. That's the eunuch trick. Absorb chaos, make it disappear, and return to invisibility before anyone blinks. By midday, the ritual is in full swing. You've retreated to the outer rim of the courtyard, standing silently with a group of senior eunuchs, watching the proceedings unfold. The music drones on, slow and deep, like the earth turning in its sleep. Dong-wook sidles up next to you. It's kind of beautiful, he says. It is. And it is. Even if you know every hidden rope pulling the curtain, every thread that could unravel, even if your feet ache and your throat is dry and you missed breakfast to iron ritual socks, it's still beautiful. Not in the way poetry is, but in the way clockwork is. Human bodies moving in sync. History embodied. Time folding back on itself like layers of silk. The queen appears near the final bow. She stands perfectly still, a pillar of embroidered grace, her face unreadable, her hands steady. But you catch a flicker, maybe annoyance, maybe fatigue, maybe boredom. She's human, after all. The ritual ends with a final drumbeat and a long, collective bow. The ancestors are appeased. The officials are pleased. And you? You're already calculating how long it'll take to pack it all up. Hours, probably. But there's a moment, as the sun starts to dip, where everything's quiet. The mats are still laid out. The scent of incense lingers. A bird lands briefly on the ceremonial table, pecks at a pear, and flies away. You let yourself breathe, just once. Then it's time to roll up the ceremony like it was never there. Because tomorrow, someone else will need the courtyard. Section 7. The Queen does not speak to you, not directly, not ever, but her voice still moves through your hands, your feet, your whispered errands. It threads its way through the silk partitions, past the red lacquered doors and sandalwood screens, to be delivered by people like you. Eunuchs trained not to think, only to carry. You're assigned to the Queen's quarters this week. The job sounds grand. It isn't. Your official duty is internal message liaison, which is a fancy way of saying you wait behind a silk curtain, listen carefully, and pass along only what you're allowed to repeat. No embellishment, no emotion. Just exact words, phrased gently enough to survive redelivery, but sharp enough to carry weight. It's like being a human echo. This morning, the Queen summons her top court lady, and you're in position, kneeling quietly behind a folding screen printed with cranes and pine trees. You don't see her face. You never do. But you recognize her voice. It's smooth, low, and always bored, like someone who's been powerful for too long to enjoy it anymore. "I'll need a reply drafted for the king," she says, "the one about the crown prince's tutor." The court lady bows. "Shall we use formal language?" A pause. "No," the Queen replies, "something colder." The message is passed to you. You memorize the wording in one go and slip away like a breeze under the door. This is the part that makes your chest tighten every time. You deliver words that aren't yours to people who might not like what they hear. And if something in your tone suggests judgment, too much pause, a raised eyebrow, a breath drawn at the wrong moment, you might get questioned. Or worse, you find the royal secretary near the scriptorium. You bow. "A message from Her Majesty," you say, and recite it exactly, your voice calm and steady. You don't blink. He frowns. "She said that?" You bow again. He doesn't press. Later, you return to the Queen's wing and wait for the next order. There's always a next order. The Queen's quarters are stunning, of course. Pillars painted in vermilion and jade, doors inlaid with mother of pearl. Floral screens so delicate they seem to breathe when the wind passes through. But after a few weeks in here, it all fades into wallpaper. What stands out is the silence. It's deep and layered, the kind of silence that's filled with eyes. Court ladies gliding soundlessly, pages waiting for hand gestures, eunuchs like you, always kneeling, always still. There's a little koi pond just outside the northern corridor. You can hear the fish breaking the water's surface every few minutes. That's the loudest sound in this world. Once, you were summoned inside the Queen's second antechamber to carry a tray of inkstones. You weren't supposed to look up, but something compelled you, just for a second. You saw her silhouette through a silk screen, curved, graceful, upright, like a blade. She was being dressed by 3 maids, her hair heavy with pins, her posture unmoving. That single glance cost you a week of toilet duty. You never looked again. Historians still argue whether the queen's inner court had true influence over state affairs, or whether it merely operated as a ceremonial wing of power. You've seen enough to know the truth is somewhere in between. The queen rarely attends political councils, but her words shape the people who do. She doesn't shout, but decisions bend around her like trees in the wind. Her influence is whispered, not wielded. Today, she calls for a poem. One of her ladies brings out a scroll, calligraphy, not printed. She reads it aloud, slowly, the brushstrokes flowing from her voice. You're kneeling nearby, folding robes, but your ears prick up. It's a sad poem about a flower that blooms too early and dies in a frost that doesn't care. You wonder if it's about the crown princess who hasn't smiled in months. Or maybe it's about the queen herself. Dong-wook once joked that the queen must have been born frowning. But even he doesn't say that anymore, not after being assigned to candle duty for a week, a job that requires you to relight every single taper in the wing every hour, no matter how hot or how late. You've heard whispers that the queen used to laugh, that once, years ago, she danced in a plum orchard for the king's birthday, that she used to write her own poetry instead of reciting the works of dead men. But no one's seen her dance. Not in your time. You do know one thing, though. She likes pine sap incense and hates the sound of bells. That's why, every time there's a ceremonial procession, someone like you runs ahead to remove any hanging chimes before she arrives. She never says anything about it, but she notices when you forget. The queen also has a white cat. You're not supposed to talk about it. Technically, pets aren't permitted in the royal quarters, but the queen's cat is above the law. It appears from nowhere, sometimes curling on her lap mid-meeting. Other times, it slips into your path when you're carrying hot tea, and you nearly trip into royal disgrace. You suspect the queen trains the thing to do that, just to see who reacts with fear. Today, it pads up beside you as you kneel, sniffing at your robe. You don't move, not even a blink. Finally, it flicks its tail and strolls away. You live another day. By dusk, your legs are numb from kneeling. Your hands are raw from folding silk. You've spoken a total of 39 words, and yet you've delivered orders that might shift the prince's education, changed the tone of a diplomatic reply, and comforted a queen without ever making eye contact. Your name isn't written on any scroll. Your voice isn't recorded in any log. But if the queen's voice echoes through the palace, soft, calculated, impossible to ignore, it's because of you. Because you were there, holding it in your chest, long enough to pass it along without dropping a single syllable. Section 8. The kitchen is on fire, not literally, not this time, but it feels like it. It's well before sunrise, and the palace kitchen already smells like sweat, wood smoke, and several types of despair. You're stationed there for the week, not as a cook, but as a delivery eunuch. Which sounds simple until you realize it means walking between rooms full of open flames, boiling vats, sharp knives, and steaming tempers. You carry things: raw rice, royal bowls, secret sauce ingredients that you're not supposed to look at, even though everyone knows they're just anchovy paste and honey. But mostly, you listen. The palace kitchen is a bubbling cauldron of gossip. Steam isn't the only thing that rises here. You learn things here no scroll will ever confirm. "Did you hear?" whispers one kitchen maid, ladling soup with the grace of a swordsman. "The crown prince fainted during his calligraphy lesson. Again." "Too much ginseng," another replies, "or too many worries." You keep your expression neutral, but your ears sharpen. You love this job. Most eunuchs find the kitchen chaotic. And it is chaotic. There are maybe 30 people working at once, some chopping, some grinding, some running out with trays stacked dangerously high. Everything smells like garlic, meat stock, vinegar, rice wine, and someone's failed attempt at cinnamon pudding. You'll be cleaning that off your robe for days. But in the chaos, there's clarity, rules, rhythms. You're assigned to Lady Seok's team. She's a short, unstoppable woman with knife skills that would put a general to shame. She doesn't like excuses, or wasted ginger, or noise. And she hates when someone forgets the rice wine. "You forget the wine," she says, "and you might as well serve the queen a bowl of hot tears." So, naturally, you don't forget the wine. Your first task this morning is to deliver plum wine to the Queen Mother's antechamber. It's chilled in a ceramic flask wrapped in cloth. The walk is only about 5 minutes. But the pressure of the task adds at least 50 imaginary pounds to the bottle. The Queen Mother is particular. She prefers her wine just above freezing. Not too sweet, not too sour. There's a eunuch whose only job is to pre-taste the wine for temperature. He holds it to his cheek, then his neck, then, very occasionally, his tongue. You wonder sometimes if this counts as court service or just a strangely elaborate prank. You make it to the chamber, bow deeply, deliver the wine, and make it back alive. No complaints, no fanfare. Just a nod from Lady Seok and the word adequate, which, from her, is basically a standing ovation. By mid-morning, the kitchen hits its frenzy. You're helping plate royal meals. No one eats unless it's arranged beautifully. Even porridge gets a flower-shaped radish garnish. Every slice of pear must be aligned like soldiers. One senior chef says plating the king's lunch is like writing poetry with tofu. Historians still argue whether this intense food ritual was a form of control or genuine cultural reverence. Was it about Confucian elegance, or just making sure the monarch didn't choke on something ugly? You don't care. You're too busy arranging bean sprouts into a tiny hill that looks majestic but humble as instructed. Your hands are steady. You've done calligraphy. You've folded robes. This is just another form of silent art. And then, as you're cleaning a spill near the chili paste jars, you overhear it. Did you know the last chef who served undercooked duck had to write an apology scroll in blood? You raise an eyebrow. Dong-wook, beside you, grins. Okay, maybe not in blood, but definitely in tears. Why was the duck undercooked? Because the royal astrologer changed the meal time by 20 minutes at the last second. Something about the moon being in the wrong house. Of course, you say, because duck fears the moon. Dong-wook snorts. You're assigned next to the sweet table. Royal desserts are their own category of impossible. Rice cakes dusted with powdered pine nuts. Persimmon jelly arranged like layered clouds. Candied lotus root, so delicate it looks like stained glass. You're helping glaze a honey cookie when a court lady appears behind you. There's been a change, she says. She hands over a scroll with a new dish request. The king wants jujube soup. Now. Lady Seok doesn't flinch. She changes the order without blinking. The kitchen moves like a murmuration of birds, fast, fluid, intuitive. You help slice the jujubes, deep red, sticky, with seeds that snap like knuckles. The scent is rich, dark, and oddly comforting. The soup is prepared in a brass pot over low flame, then poured into a black lacquer bowl with golden cranes on the rim. You carry it through 3 courtyards, bow at 2 guards, and slip silently into the outer throne hall. You wait. Then the empty bowl returns, steamless and spotless. That's good. That's very good. Sometimes, no feedback is the highest praise. Back at the kitchen, Lady Seok actually smiles. Maybe you're not hopeless, she says. You float through the rest of the shift. Evening falls. The fire pits dim. The oil jars are sealed. Everyone's exhausted. You sit for a moment, hands sore, robe stained with broth, and maybe one smear of soybean paste you don't want to think about. Dong-wook slumps next to you. If I ever escape the palace, he mutters, I'm opening a tavern. You raise an eyebrow. You don't drink. I will, after this. You chuckle. He closes his eyes. You think they'll remember us in the future? The people who sliced the jujubes just right? You think of all the records you've written, all the scrolls that never mention the kitchen, the cooks, the delivery eunuchs. No, you say, but the soup will. Section 9. There are weapons in the palace. Not swords, not spears. Those are easy to see, easy to fear. No, the deadliest weapons here are thinner than fingers and softer than whispers. Brushes, ink brushes, to be precise. Today, you're assisting the Office of Royal Correspondence, which sounds boring, until you realize this is the place where entire lives are nudged, lifted, or crushed by carefully chosen syllables. You enter just after breakfast, brushing rice grains from your sleeve, and the room already smells like ink, old paper, and damp mulberry bark. Scrolls are stacked in tidy towers, tied with silk cords of different colors, red for diplomacy, blue for domestic appointments, yellow for family records, and black for sensitive matters. You're here to help a mid-ranking eunuch named Im Seong, the kind who can correct your grammar and your posture at the same time. Your lines are too vertical, he says, before you've even dipped your brush. Remember, Joseon calligraphy breathes diagonally. You adjust your grip. He's not wrong. The office is silent, except for the soft hiss of brush on paper, the occasional creak of a floorboard, and someone quietly clearing their throat in the corner, like they're trying not to be remembered by history. Your job is simple. Copy official correspondence, which, in this palace, means wielding language like a dagger dipped in honey. Every letter from the king, queen, or crown prince is reviewed by a panel of writers before being copied onto fine parchment, with phrases so indirect they require footnotes, and so polite they can feel like a slap. You transcribe a scroll sent to a provincial governor. On the surface, it's full of praise for his diligent administration, but the subtext, oozing from the placement of each word, is clear. We see your grain tallies don't match, and we suggest you stop skimming before the next audit. Historians still debate whether this passive-aggressive writing style was a cultural preference or a method of bureaucratic survival. Either way, You quickly learn that in the palace, it's never what you say. It's what you almost say. As you write, you make an error. It's small. You accidentally use the character for peace that applies to families, instead of the one that applies to provinces. I'm song freezes behind you. You do, too. Then he lets out a long sigh. Do you want to cause a diplomatic incident, or just mild confusion? You mutter an apology and start again. He doesn't yell. He doesn't need to. That's the power of the pen. Quiet terror. As you're working, a higher-ranking eunuch bursts into the office. His robes are wrinkled. He smells like burned ink and stress. The king needs a reply, he says breathlessly. To the Minister of War. Everyone in the room stiffens. The Minister of War is not someone you want to disappoint. The king's message is short, which somehow makes it worse. The matter must be addressed swiftly. Ensure loyalty remains clear. 10 words. But 10 words from the king weigh more than 1,000 from anyone else. Your job is to write the reply draft that will be read, revised, and, eventually, sealed with the royal sigil. Im Seong looks at you. No mistakes. You swallow and nod. You dip the brush, exhale, and begin. The first draft takes you 11 minutes. The second, 8. By the third, you've hit the tone. Firm, but not threatening. Loyal, but not submissive. Your hands cramp. Your back aches. And there's an ink blot on your sleeve the size of a coin. But it's good. It's solid. It will pass. And then the real twist. You're assigned to walk the final scroll across the palace to the Bureau of Seals. Carrying this kind of document is like holding a letter made of fire. If you trip, spill ink, sneeze wrong, you don't just mess up calligraphy. You mess up history. You hold the scroll like it's a sleeping baby made of glass. As you cross the courtyard, 2 pigeons dive overhead, arguing about breadcrumbs. A court lady drops a tray somewhere behind you. A monk coughs. The air wants you to fail. But you don't. You deliver the scroll. The official at the Bureau of Seals barely nods. He applies the royal stamp, rolls the paper, and sets it into a silver case. It vanishes behind another screen. Done. You walk back slower, lighter. Then, just before you turn the corner into the corridor, you hear it. Laughter. It's faint, but clear. Female voices. Playful, amused. Somewhere behind the wall of the correspondence office. You pause. You know what that room is? The letter closet. Technically, it's a storage room for scrolls. But in practice, it's where certain royal ladies dictate private messages, ones not meant for public record. Love notes, complaints, apologies, dangerous things wrapped in poetic language. You hear a phrase, "Tell him I still dream of the apricot grove." Someone sighs, then a giggle. You walk away. You'll never know who he is, or what the apricot grove meant. But those words, they'll be written down by a eunuch like you, sealed with ceremonial wax, and sent into the world as if they were official policy. Ink can kill. Ink can heal. Ink can even love. And eunuchs, you're the brush. Section 10. You barely slept last night. Not because of a nightmare, or a cough, or a ghost. Which, yes, Some eunuchs swear they've seen drifting through the royal kitchen in the hour before dawn. No, your insomnia tonight is simply the schedule. It's posted every 5th day on a silk-pinned board near the servant quarters, the royal assignment wheel. And today, your name was on nearly every line. You thought it was a mistake. It wasn't. You wake before the morning bell, not from any noise, but because your internal clock has been trained to obey madness. You sit up, stretch exactly once, and begin the ritual of clothing. Your robe, belt, inner wrap, outer wrap, and slippers that make no noise unless the floor wants them to. The hallway is dark. You bump into another eunuch who's also squinting at the wall-mounted schedule. You're scheduled for incense rounds, the laundry list update, and night scroll delivery, he whispers. You nod. Who'd you anger? No one, I think. He makes a face. Then someone likes you. Worse. Eunuchs with tight schedules aren't being punished. They're being tested, groomed, considered for higher roles. That sounds flattering, but in reality, it's a slow form of drowning. You're expected to survive without showing you're underwater. You head straight to incense duty. Each royal building has a small brazier or stone censer box that must be lit with the right blend of herbs and wood. Not just any fire. It's got to be cedar, pine, and a touch of powdered clove. Enough to smell dignified, but not fun. The queen likes her hall scented lightly. The king likes his strong enough to singe eyebrows. You light 12 braziers by hand, bowing slightly in each room, even when no one's there. Then it's scrolls. You pick up a bundle from the Bureau of Decrees, thick, important-looking things bound in red silk. You're not allowed to read them, but you definitely do. Or at least peek at the headings. One is about tax allocation. Another concerns the appointment of a new provincial magistrate. One has the words, "Confidential, do not discuss," stamped across the front. You definitely do not discuss it. Next, kitchen list update. You check in with Lady Seok, who hands you an inventory scroll without even looking at you. "Salt is running low," she says. "If the Queen's fish is under season tomorrow, I'll see to it your next life is spent as a peppercorn." You bow and take the scroll. Then it's straight to the laundries, where rows of robes flap on lines like noble ghosts in the breeze. You pass a eunuch wrestling with a pile of undergarments that may, or may not, belong to a royal concubine. You do not ask. There, you recite the salt concern, and the laundry woman nods, making a note on her board with a charcoal stick worn down to the size of a peanut. "Tell her we'll barter vinegar for salt with the side kitchen," she mutters. "Can I include that in the report?" She cackles. "You think I said it? I didn't say anything." Of course. Every stop you make is timed down to the minute. You learn to walk briskly, but never hurriedly. That's key. Hurry makes people nervous. Brisk makes you seem useful. By the time you return to your quarters to grab the evening scrolls, your robe is damp with sweat, and you've counted 4,321 steps. Yes, you count. Every eunuch has a method for coping with the grind. Some hum, some mutter lists. You count steps. The act keeps you sane. It's not just a superstition. You once counted exactly 10,000 steps in a day, then had a nosebleed during prayer and passed out into a bowl of millet. You've kept it under 9,000 since. Historians still debate whether the meticulous schedules of eunuchs were designed for efficiency or surveillance. Were you finely tuned gears, or simply watched so closely you had no time to rebel? You don't know. All you know is tight shoes and tighter time slots. As the sun begins to set, you take a 5-minute meal break. Not 10. 5. You eat standing up behind the west storage shed, a ball of barley rice and a wedge of turnip pickle. You chew fast. You pretend you taste things. Then it's off again. Night scrolls. These are reports from the day, sent to various departments before sunrise. You deliver one to the Office of Court Music, one to the Astronomical Bureau, and 3 to the Hall of Inner Peace, where the Queen's staff will read them over jasmine tea and pretend not to gossip. One scroll is unusually heavy. You peek. Inside is a smaller envelope addressed to the king himself. And inside that, yes, you peek again, is a note in the Queen's handwriting. It's short, just 3 lines. If your Majesty cannot sleep, perhaps it is because you fear what your conscience already knows. You tuck the letter back quickly. You deliver it with a bow, your face expressionless. You don't know what that means, but you know it means something. By the time you return to the dormitory, the halls are empty. The moon is high. Your slippers are damp from dew, and your knees ache with the kind of pain you only get from polite bowing. You collapse onto your mat. Dong-wook is snoring. Jisun is muttering something about ink and pickles. The room smells like sleep and laundry soap and paper glue. You close your eyes. Just before you drift off, you whisper to yourself, 7,918 steps today. Then, merciful darkness. Section 11. The palace doesn't sleep. It slows, it dims, it whispers, but it never truly rests. And tonight, it's your turn on the midnight bed check rotation. That's exactly what it sounds like, walking through silent royal quarters in soft-soled slippers to ensure the monarch is still breathing. It sounds absurd, but it's real. You've done this before. It never gets less strange. You wake up just before your shift, heart already resigned. It's pitch black in the dormitory, save for the thin streak of moonlight slanting across the floorboards. You dress silently, carefully. If you wake Dong-wook again, he'll throw a slipper at your head. The outer air is colder than you expected. Autumn is folding in now, crisper and sharper at night. You pass shuttered corridors and empty porches. The palace, under moonlight, looks entirely different, like someone peeled off its daytime mask and left something raw, ancient, almost breathing beneath. Your first stop is the Hall of Eternal Righteousness. This is where the king sleeps. And no, it's not romantic. There's no golden bedding or perfumed pillows. The royal bed is actually quite simple. A raised platform with heavy silk quilts, an embroidered pillow, and a frame of carved wood designed to hold a curtain that blocks out light and noise. What is elaborate is everything around it. 6 guards stand outside the chamber, 2 awake, 4 pretending not to nod off. You bow low. One of the alert ones squints at you. Registry office? You nod and hold up your seal token. He waves you through. Inside, another eunuch greets you with a half-whispered sigh. His name is Beck, and he's one of the most senior eunuchs in the king's household. He smells like mint tea and anxiety. He stirred half an hour ago, Beck mutters. Muttered something about the tiger scroll. You nod, pretending you understand. You approach the royal sleeping quarters with all the reverence of a man entering a tomb. The curtain is drawn. Soft snoring echoes faintly. You don't enter, of course. That would be a spectacularly fast way to be reassigned to chamber pot duty. Instead, you kneel outside the curtain, listen for 30 seconds, and record it in the log. 11th day, 3rd hour of the rat, breath even, minor murmurs. You roll the paper tightly and seal it with wax. It'll go into the king's private archive. No one but his closest secretaries ever reads those scrolls. Probably not even the king himself. Next stop, the queen. You walk through the inner court, passing a guard who's halfway through a yawn and a feral cat that stares at you with the full suspicion of someone who once saw a human drop a dumpling and not pick it up. The Queen's Hall is even quieter. The silence here feels weightier, as if it's been folded 1,000 times and pressed under porcelain. You are not allowed near the actual bedroom. A court lady meets you at the outer gate. She's asleep, she says with a nod. You note it anyway. You won't see the Queen tonight. That's fine. Seeing her while she sleeps would be like peeking behind a curtain in a sacred temple. You'd go blind. Or worse, promoted out of guilt. Next, the Crown Prince. He's in a separate wing, closer to the study halls. His schedule makes yours look like a vacation. Up before dawn for readings, calligraphy, music, archery, etiquette drills. Even his dreams probably wear robes and bow to each other. You arrive just in time to see a tutor exiting the prince's hall, carrying a rolled-up scroll and looking thoroughly defeated. He's pretending to sleep, the tutor mutters. He's memorizing poems in his head. You can see it in his eyes. You nod and record. Crown Prince at rest, status uncertain, witness notes, mental activity suspected. That'll get a chuckle from someone in the archives tomorrow. You continue down the list. Princess Hua Young, confirmed sleeping by 2 court ladies and 1 twitching eyelid. Royal Consort Zhong, sound asleep and apparently drooling, according to her maid, who said it like she was proud. The Dowager Queen, technically snoring, but very nobly, and so on. You pass quiet ponds where frogs have already given up for the season. Trees that drop 1 leaf at a time, like they're afraid to make a fuss. Paper lanterns that sway just enough to remind you they're watching, too. At one point, you hear something strange, a soft laugh, carried faintly through the corridor. You stop. It's coming from behind a silk-draped window. You can't see much, but there's candlelight moving gently and shadows shifting on the screen. 2 figures, one smaller, one taller. Not arguing, not whispering secrets, just laughing. You move on. That's not your business. Historians still argue whether palace nights were lonely or liberating for the eunuchs. Some say the quiet allowed you to find peace, a sliver of self in the endless schedules. Others say the darkness was just another flavor of isolation. Silence without rest. You think it's both. On your way back, you stop by the small pavilion at the edge of the concubine's garden. It's your favorite hidden spot. There's a stone bench worn smooth by 100 forgotten feet, And tonight, it's wrapped in moonlight. You sit, you breathe. You don't get many chances to do this. From here, you can see the western wall. Beyond it, the city sleeps. Hanok rooftops in shadow. Market stalls collapsed like exhausted insects. Dogs curled into lantern-lit silence. You wonder what they dream about. You wonder what you would have dreamed about if your life had turned out different. But then, from far across the palace, a gong rings softly, shifts over. You rise, legs stiff, robe catching in the breeze. You make your way back through the winding corridors, the last footsteps of the night. Behind you, the palace breathes, and you know, tomorrow, someone will check your breath, too. Not because you're royal, but because you're still here. Section 12. The Crown Prince is getting married. You knew it was coming. The whole palace has known. The astrologers have been muttering about auspicious dates for months. The seamstresses have been sewing themselves cross-eyed. Even the kitchen has doubled its ginger supply, which is always the first sign that things are about to get intense. But now the date is set, the match approved, and the chaos has officially arrived. You're on marriage registry duty, which sounds like a desk job, but you quickly learn it's like standing at the center of a royal tornado. You're tasked with keeping track of names, gifts, ceremonial robes, and enough tiny details to make your head spin like a teacup. This morning starts with a visit to the outer council hall, where scrolls containing the bride's family lineage are to be examined. Not that anyone questions the choice, of course. The royal court has already picked her, and the astrologers have already blessed it. Still, the documents must be flawless. You carry the lineage scroll with both hands, arms shaking a little under its absurd length. It lists generations of scholars, ministers, poets, some probably invented to round out the narrative. You saw her name halfway down the page, written in thin, elegant script. Lady Seo Yoon-hee, age 15. Quiet temperament. Knows the zither. The kind of description that makes her sound like a decorative piece of furniture. You've never met her. You probably never will. But her name is now etched in 5 different royal logs under your supervision. It's your job to make sure everything aligns. The calligraphy, the spelling, the astrological characters. One wrong brush stroke, and you'll be the subject of a very awkward ceremonial amendment, and possibly a public scolding from an official whose eyebrows can probably slice tofu. The wedding prep is relentless. A typical day includes 3 separate consultations with ceremonial scholars who argue over which color of plum blossom symbolizes modest affection versus muted devotion. 2 inspections of the bridal palanquin, which has been lacquered 12 times and still doesn't shine auspiciously enough. 1 emergency delivery of extra wedding fans, because the first batch arrived with 1 too many cranes embroidered. Odd numbers are a no. And through it all, you run errands, take notes, and update the marriage registry scroll, line by agonizing line. Historians still argue whether these royal weddings were truly joyful affairs or carefully choreographed political stunts. But anyone who's ever carried 4 bundles of ceremonial duck figurines at once knows the truth, leans more toward paperwork than passion. The ceremony itself is to be held in the Hamhwajan Pavilion, the most elaborate and symbolically charged structure in the palace. You're assigned a small station just off to the side. Scroll runner. It's your job to bring the final registry document, sealed in red. At the precise moment, the crown prince and his bride bow to each other. Miss that cue, and you don't just interrupt a ceremony, you mess with heaven. No pressure. That morning, the whole palace holds its breath. The halls have been scrubbed to shine. Paper lanterns glow like floating moons. Musicians tune their flutes with the solemnity of monks preparing to summon ancient spirits. The crown prince appears first. He looks terrified. You don't blame him. He's 17, dressed in 20 pounds of brocade, and about to marry a girl he's seen exactly twice through a screen. His hair is tied with golden thread. His robe trails behind him like a royal river, and there's a bead of sweat working its way down his temple despite the chilly breeze. You stand just off the main aisle, holding the scroll case, heart pounding. The ceremony begins. The bride enters next. Lady Seo Yoon-hee walks slowly, face veiled, head bowed, tiny slippers whispering across the matting. You catch a glimpse of her hands, steady, not trembling, not clutching, just still. That's impressive. They bow to each other 3 times, and you step forward. Your slippers make no sound. Your arms do not shake. You present the registry scroll to the senior officiant, who unrolls it with a practiced flick. He reads aloud the names, the lineages, the promises. The drums beat once, then silence. And then the ceremony continues, as if nothing could have gone wrong. But something does go wrong, of course. Later, after the procession, after the couple is carried off to their new residence, after the final blessing scrolls are read, you're summoned. "The names," says an official, squinting at you. You freeze. "Sir?" In the backup scroll, the bride's name is missing 1 character. You feel the floor tilt slightly beneath you. It's not the primary scroll. That one was perfect. But the backup, used for archival purposes, has a smudge where 1 character was copied too lightly. Not erased, just faint. The punishment is mild, a formal warning, a week of temple duty, helping clean the eunuchs' ancestral tablets and reciting verses until your mouth goes numb. But you know how lucky you are. If it had been the main scroll, you spend the evening alone, sitting by the back stairs near the lotus pond, watching leaves drift and sink. You think about the prince, the girl in the veil, the 1,000 people who moved in perfect synchronization today just to make 2 teenagers bow to each other. Dong-wook finds you eventually. You made the backup mistake, huh? You nod. He sits down beside you and hands you a rice cake. Well, at least it was romantic. You laugh. Romantic, you echo. Sure. All that silk and bowing and flute playing. Maybe they'll grow to like each other. Maybe. Or maybe, he says, chewing noisily, they'll drift into quiet resentment for the next 50 years while you and I keep folding scrolls. You stare at the pond. I'll take the scrolls. He bumps your shoulder. Me too. Section 13. Rank is everything. You've always known that, but now you feel it, pressing down like a second robe, heavier than silk and tighter than truth. In the eunuch quarters, hierarchy runs deeper than bloodlines. And unlike the court outside, where noble titles are born or bought, here in the shadow world, rank is clawed for, bowed to, and sometimes faked. Your promotion comes quietly. A name posted in neat calligraphy on the slate board outside the North Servant Hall. Registry, Eunuch Sunho, reassigned to Inner Court Communications, 3rd grade. You stare at it. It's you. 3rd grade. You're not entirely sure what that means yet. You find out quickly. Now you report directly to a senior eunuch named Cho Guan, a man who glides when he walks and blinks like he's constantly judging a poem he hasn't read yet. His robes are always clean. His smile is a rare coin. He's 2nd grade, which means he only speaks when it's strategic. "Congratulations," he says. "You're no longer a shadow. You're a reflection." You're not sure what that means either, but you bow deeply and accept your new scroll pouch. With the title comes new duties. More direct contact with higher officials. More sensitive messages. You're now permitted to enter parts of the palace you previously only bowed toward. The king's private study, the Queen Dowager's antechamber, even, on rare, trembling occasions, the Crown Prince's tutoring hall. But with visibility comes danger. Jealousy glints from the corners of eyes. Low-ranked eunuchs who once shared rice cakes with you now bow stiffly. Or worse, ignore you. And those above? They notice you now, and not always kindly. Joseon offers a warning during laundry duty. He's rinsing out the royal undershirts and watching the steam rise. "Watch for Eunuch Haye," he says. 4th grade. Thinks he should have been bumped up instead of you. You frown. Why? Because he's louder. And it's true. Eunuch Haye has the kind of voice that always feels like it's waiting for applause. He's loud, but calculated. Every sir is sharpened. Every bow timed like choreography. He corners you in the corridor the next morning. "Sun Ho," he says, with a smile so thin it could split a reed. "How lovely that you've risen so quickly. I do hope you continue to serve with grace." You bow. "I'll try." He leans in slightly. It's always the quiet ones who fall the hardest. He walks away, robes swishing like sarcasm. Welcome to the inner court politics. Historians still argue whether the eunuch rank system served as an effective bureaucratic ladder or simply a ceremonial way of reinforcing palace control. But within these walls, everyone knows. Rank means proximity to power. Proximity to power means risk. And risk, if mismanaged, means exile. Or worse. Each grade carries privileges and limits. 5th grade eunuchs sweep floors and fetch scrolls. 4th grade can deliver messages and attend minor ceremonies. 3rd grade, you, are allowed access to royal conversations under the right conditions. You carry notes between royals, transcribe dreams if asked. Yes, really. And assist in managing royal schedules. 2nd grade, like Cho Guan, oversees entire sectors. Ceremony coordination, message flow, personnel shifts. 1st grade, the king's personal voice. There's only ever one or two. Most never make it that far. You hear stories. 1. 1st grade eunuch reportedly changed the course of a provincial war by tweaking the wording of a letter. Another was found floating face down in a ceremonial bathhouse. No one said power was safe. Your new post places you near the Queen's daily calendar. You sit outside her 2nd hall, recording appointments, assigning court lady shifts, and reviewing letters from distant temples. Every morning, You rise before the drumbeat. Every night, you fall asleep with your ink-stained fingers still curled in the shape of a brush. One day, while organizing a visiting noble's itinerary, you discover something strange, a blank scroll. No ink, no seal. Just pristine mulberry paper rolled and placed neatly among active documents. You show it to Cho Guan. He frowns. That means she's deciding. On what? He looks at you. If we knew, it wouldn't be blank. It stays with you. That scroll. Sometimes power is loud. A whip crack. A signature. A shout. Sometimes it's a piece of paper without a single word. Later that week, a surprise inspection is announced. Senior eunuchs storm through the dormitories, checking sleeping mats for contraband, ink scrolls for unsanctioned edits, even food pouches for stolen preserves. It's absurd. No one steals preserves, but everyone flinches just the same. You pass, but only just. Dong-wook doesn't. They find a hidden fan beneath his bedding, silk with painted orchids. A gift from someone, probably harmless, but unreported. He's not punished harshly, just reassigned to textile storage, a cold, dusty corner of the palace where dreams go to freeze. That night, you find him folding ceremonial scarves with glazed eyes. I was supposed to move up, he says, voice low. Just got the nod. I'm sorry. He shrugs. They said 3rd grade was next. You don't say anything, because that was your promotion. Because maybe the scroll wasn't blank after all. Maybe it just hadn't chosen him. You walk back through the corridors as a night blooms. The palace lights flicker like half-remembered thoughts. You pass Eunuch High. He smiles again. You do not return it. Back in your room, you place your scroll pouch beside your sleeping mat. You smooth your robe. You fold your hands. Then you whisper to yourself, reflection. You're still not sure what it means, but tomorrow you'll find out. Section 14. You hear the story from a laundry maid first. She's bent over a steaming basin, hands red from lye soap, whispering just above the suds. He just ran, she says, eyes wide, out the south gate, in broad daylight. You pause, hands still clutching a stack of half-dried underrobes. Who? A eunuch, she hisses. They say he disappeared, gone. And suddenly, everyone in the room seems to know the tale. They say it happened 2 days ago, that he bolted through the grain courtyard, slipped past a dozing guard, and vanished into the city like morning mist. That he carried nothing with him, no scrolls, no clothes, no food. Just the robe on his back and a piece of dried persimmon he'd stolen from the kitchen. His name was Eunuch Min. You remember him. Quiet, a little hunched, always smelled faintly of camellia oil. He once showed you how to seal a scroll with wax that looked like it had been untouched. You barely knew him, really. But now, suddenly, he's a myth. And as with all palace myths, the versions multiply. Version 1. He fell in love with a court lady. They planned the escape together. They now live as farmers in the south, using fake names and laughing under pear trees. Version 2. He uncovered a secret in the archives. Something about the king's bloodline. He ran to protect it, or expose it, or both. Version 3. he snapped. No reason. Just cracked open one morning and fled. You hear all three before lunch. By evening, his name is spoken in whispers, or not at all, like he's contagious. You sit on the steps outside the document storeroom, chewing a cold rice ball, and ask Jisun, "You ever think of running?" He doesn't answer immediately. He scratches his nose, squints at the sky. "Where would I go?" "Anywhere." "Anywhere still smells like rules," he replies. "At least here, I know which rules I'm breaking." You nod. But still, you wonder. Historians still argue whether eunuch escapes are common or rare. The records are scarce, perhaps deliberately so. Few who fled were pursued publicly. Fewer were discussed. It's easier to erase than to explain. And yet, the palace remembers. 3 days after Min's disappearance, you see his bed mat gone, his comb taken, his inkstone missing. But his shoes remain. That's the strange part. His slippers, the soft-soled palace ones issued to every eunuch, were found neatly placed at the foot of his bed, aligned perfectly, like he stepped out of them on purpose. Cho Guan says nothing about it. Neither do the senior eunuchs. But a new list is posted. Stricter dormitory rotations, more curfews, a second layer of guards at the rear corridors. The message is unspoken but clear. No one else runs. The question whispers in your head all week. Why now? Min was mid-level. No known enemies. No punishments. He was set to be reassigned to the Queen Dowager's library, considered a cruisy, prestigious post, full of scrolls and warm tea and zero politics. Some say that's exactly why he ran. Too much comfort is a warning sign in the palace. You get comfortable, you let your guard down. And when you let your guard down, someone fills the space with something sharp. You dig a little. You visit the archive where Min last worked. The room is as silent as ever. Just rows of scrolls tied with faded silk. You check the daily logbook. His handwriting is there. Neat, narrow, compressed, like someone afraid of wasting ink. The last scroll he checked out? On the conduct of court officials during heavenly omens. A strange choice. You roll it open. It's about protocol during eclipses, meteor sightings, natural disasters. What to wear, how to bow, when to fast. And one line, written in archaic Chinese, catches your eye. He who sees the sky shift and speaks not shall bear the weight of its silence. What did Min see? Did he read something in the stars? Or was he just tired of seeing the sky and being told never to reach it? You ask Cho Guan. He sighs. Some men are meant to carry secrets. Others are cracked vessels. Water slips out. Which was Min? Does it matter? He replies. Later that night, Dong-wook tells you a new theory. I heard Min was never a eunuch at all, that he faked it. You blink. How? Got someone to make it look convincing, bribed the cutter, kept everything hidden. That's insane, Dong-wook shrugs. But if it's true, he escaped with everything intact. Everything. That thought makes your stomach twist. Not with jealousy. Not quite. More like unease. Because if it is true, then you've all been sleeping beside a lie for years. A walking secret. A person who played the system so quietly, no one noticed until he was gone. You look down at your own hands. ink-stained, calloused, precise. You wonder what parts of you might still be whole, and what parts you've forgotten to mourn. That night, a storm rolls in. You sit awake, listening to rain beat against the dormitory roof, wondering where Min is, if he's safe, if he's free, if he's still alive. You imagine him walking barefoot on a muddy path, clutching a sack of rice, passing through fields without bowing to anyone. No robes, no ranks, no scrolls, just himself. And you wonder, just for a moment, what that must feel like. Section 15. There's a rumor that floats through the dormitory like incense smoke. Never confirmed, never quite disappearing. They say that long ago, a eunuch fell in love with a Hwarang. You know, the Hwarang, the elite warriors of the Silla dynasty, centuries before Joseon even existed. Glorious hair, poetry and blade, flower crowns on their helmets, beauty and violence braided together like silk and steel. The story goes that this eunuch, nameless, of course, somehow encountered one of them, either in a dream or, depending on who's telling it, in a past life, and that, since then, he wrote love poems on scraps of paper and hid them beneath the floorboards of the royal archive. No one has ever found the poems, but then again, maybe no one really looked. It's Dong-wook who brings it up tonight. You're both assigned to scroll storage duty, literally folding, sorting, and binding old royal announcements. It's the kind of dusty, sneezy work that invites daydreams and whispering. He tugs at a scroll that refuses to roll neatly. You think eunuchs can fall in love? He asks, like it's a casual thing. You glance at him. With what? I don't know. Someone. Anyone. A person. A moon. A memory. That's a very broad list. He smirks. You didn't say no. You shrug and go back to binding a decree about grain transport from 5 kings ago. You think we can't? He's quiet for a moment. Then, sometimes I think about who I would have been, you know? If I hadn't... He doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. You know exactly what he means. Sometimes you do it too. You imagine yourself in a village, chopping wood, chasing chickens, shouting over boiling pots with a wife who laughs at your terrible singing voice. Or maybe as a traveler, walking from town to town, writing names in the dirt and sleeping under borrowed roofs. And other times, on quieter nights, you imagine a hand on your back. Not because you tripped or bowed incorrectly, but just because someone wanted to be close. Historians still argue whether eunuchs formed romantic or emotional relationships among themselves. Some claim strict rules and social pressure made it nearly impossible. Others point to scattered records, shared burial requests, private letters, coded poetry, exchanged under blankets. You've seen the evidence firsthand. In the margins of an old scroll catalog, you once found a haiku, neatly tucked between 2 ink smudges, unsigned. In this quiet court, your eyes followed the lantern. Not the light, but me. You never told anyone. You just memorized it. Dong-wook breaks the silence. There's a court maid I like. You blink. You... What? He flushes. I know. It's stupid. I don't even talk to her. Just see her at the water jugs sometimes. You raise an eyebrow. And you plan to... Nothing, he says quickly. Just sometimes she smiles. Not at me, but in my direction. You consider this. The idea of that smile. Small, unpromised, harmless. Somehow surviving in a place built on cold protocol and whispered orders. It doesn't sound so impossible. You tell him the Hwarang story. He listens closely, brows furrowed. Maybe that's how you survive here, he murmurs. By loving someone you'll never meet. Someone who doesn't know what palace ink smells like. You nod slowly. Someone who'll never call you by your title? He looks at you then, really looks. And suddenly, the air shifts. It's not romantic, not like the court novels. No violins, no fluttering drapery. But there's something honest about it. Two people sitting cross-legged between scrolls and dust, wondering who they might have been had the world allowed it. You change the subject gently, because that's what people do here. You protect tenderness by disguising it. Later that week, you're sent to deliver ceremonial candles to the Hall of Dreams, an ornate room used for meditation, ancestral rituals, and the king's rare moments of spiritual quiet. It's empty when you arrive, but the room hums. There's something about the smell of candle wax and old wood that makes your chest ache. As you arrange the candles in their golden holders, you find a piece of paper tucked under one. Not an official note, just torn mulberry parchment with neat, unsure handwriting. Heard a poem once. A heart with no rhythm still echoes the shape of love. Do you think that's true? There's no name, no signature, just folded silence. You pocket it. That night, you sit at your mat and reread it again and again. You don't know who wrote it. Maybe Dong-wook. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter. Because even in a place that tells you your body doesn't belong to you, where desire is either denied or disguised, the heart still flutters, still echoes, even if the rhythm is broken, even if the beat is buried beneath rank, duty, and robes that never fit quite right. You lie down, staring at the ceiling. Somewhere there was a hwarang. Somewhere a eunuch wrote a poem. And tonight you let yourself believe that both things were true. Section 16. You're folding laundry when it happens. A bundle of white linen, still warm from the sun, slips from your arms and spills across the stone floor in a fluttering sigh. You crouch down to gather it, and there it is, embroidered in tiny golden thread, just near the hem, a royal seal. You freeze. You're holding the king's underrobe. Now, to be fair, you've handled hundreds of garments in your time. Court ladies' wraps, the crown prince's formal socks, and once, a ceremonial sash that still had incense dust woven into its fibers. But this is intimate. And unfortunately, this week you've been assigned to royal laundry detail, a task considered both high honor and, as Jisun put it, a personal invitation to insanity. There's something unsettling about how mundane it is. You'd expect the king's underclothes to be soaked in perfume, or stitched from golden mulberry silk, or maybe embroidered with symbols that ward off bad dreams. But they are just cloth, soft, plain, slightly wrinkled. Someone with human habits wore this. The king, in theory, sleeps in 20 layers of protocol and wakes in full metaphor. But here, in this rumpled fabric, is evidence of breath, of sweat, of personhood. You brush off the thought. Back to folding. Royal laundry operates in a world of terror and starch. There are 3 categories. Outerwear, seen by all. Ceremonial, seen by ancestors and political rivals. And private, seen by no one, ever, under penalty of banishment. Guess which one you're folding today? Each item must be inspected for stains, damage, and, strangely, mood. Yes, mood. The Queen, for example, once refused to wear a blouse because she said the fabric felt resentful. How does a blouse feel resentful? You didn't ask. You just delivered it to the textile burner and pretended it had never existed. You're partnered with Dong-wook again. He's grinning, like he's just been given the palace's biggest secret. Do you think the king has a favorite pair of underwear? You stare at him. Please don't ever say that sentence again. No, seriously, he says, flicking water at you. Do you think he looks at one and goes, "Ah, yes, this pair brings me luck in council meetings"? Are you suggesting the fate of the nation rests on cotton support? I'm suggesting, he says, lifting a towel with exaggerated reverence, that under every king is a well-folded foundation. You throw a washcloth at his face. Historians rarely mention this part of palace life. But eunuchs did more than pass scrolls and fan royals. They scrubbed, dried, and folded the most personal layers of power. There's something absurd and beautiful in that. In a room full of soap and steam, politics disappears. Titles mean little when you're all elbow deep in starch water. But the pressure doesn't vanish. Once, a eunuch in the laundry wing accidentally returned a pair of Queen Dowager's socks to the wrong court lady. No one noticed, until the court lady started boasting she wore royal warmth on her toes. She was dismissed. The eunuch was reassigned to the dog yard. You don't want the dog yard. You double-check every fold. Later that afternoon, you're summoned to the cooling pavilion, a small, shaded area near the lotus pond where royal garments are sun-dried and scented. You arrive to find 3 court ladies discussing an emergency. The king's inner robe, the one worn beneath his ceremonial attire, has gone, missing, vanished. You were in charge of sorting this morning's load, one says, looking at you. You feel your stomach twist. You remember folding it. You remember the gold seal. But where did you place it? Your brain races through the steps. Robes, linens, folded, stacked. Was it set aside? Or did you place it in the wrong trunk? I'll find it, you say quickly, bowing low. The ladies do not look convinced. You retrace your steps like a thief, looking for stolen time. You search the drying racks, the folding room, the cedar chests, the scenting closet. Nothing. Then, just as despair starts to fizz at the back of your tongue, you spot a corner of white linen tucked under Dong-wook's mat in the dormitory. You freeze. You pull it out slowly. The king's inner robe. You stare at it. It's been crushed slightly, creased at the edges, but otherwise intact. Dong-wook finds you there, kneeling on the floor, garment in your lap. Wait, I didn't take it, he blurts. I swear, I don't even remember seeing it. How did it get here? You look at him. You believe him. But that doesn't matter. You smooth the robe gently and carry it back to the pavilion. No one questions you. No one asks where it was found. The Queen's assistant takes it with a nod. Next time, ensure the royal garments are tracked more carefully. You bow. Yes, ma'am. That night, Dong-wook sits beside you, nervous. I'm sorry. You didn't do anything. I must have dropped it somehow, or someone moved it, or you shake your head. Just don't leave your mat untucked again. He nods, and then he grins. You touched the king's sweat. You shove him off the bench. He lands on the floor with a thump, laughing. And somehow, in that moment, you're reminded that even here, under the weight of titles and starch, humor survives. Somewhere in the darkness, someone powerful is asleep in your freshly folded work. And you're still awake, smiling into the quiet, because the world might run on titles, crowns, and ink, but it's held together by the people who fold the undergarments. Section 17. You're elbow deep in dust. The royal archives are not the clean, whispery sanctum you imagined as a novice eunuch. They're a cavernous series of rooms tucked behind the Hall of Integrity, and they smell like ink, damp wood, and very old silence. Your new assignment, temporary, but with sharp expectations, is to assist in record sorting. The reason? A series of mold outbreaks among the older scrolls. Apparently, one unlucky archivist found a rodent nest woven entirely out of court memos from 200 years ago. You arrive early, as usual. The archive master, a hunched eunuch named Jong, who wears his spectacles like battle armor, nods at you. Don't breathe too hard, he says. Some of these scrolls are older than you, your grandmother, and your grandmother's regrets combined. You bow, suppressing a cough from the dust cloud already rising around your sandals. You're assigned the Royal Memory Vaults, a poetic name for what is essentially a long hallway of stone shelves stacked with everything the monarchy ever did, thought about doing, or immediately regretted doing. Decrees, proclamations, dream journals, weather logs, medicinal diaries, temple donations, banishment orders, ceremonial seating arrangements, poetic drafts, recipes. Yes, the Queen once wrote down a kimchi variation she liked. And even one document that seems to be a record of how often the Crown Prince sneezed between the ages of 2 and 4. You're here to clean, rewrap, and relabel these forgotten scrolls, which sounds dull, until you realize what you're actually holding. The scroll you unravel this morning is dated the 6th year of King Seho's reign. It's titled, Report on Unusual Occurrences at Court. Your eyebrows raise. You read. It details an incident where the Queen claimed to have dreamed of a red river running uphill, shortly before a minister was executed for treason. The scroll suggests a correlation. It also notes, delicately, that the king became more withdrawn afterward and requested fewer banquets. You blink. It's not history. It's a person, with dreams, regrets, and quiet unravelings. You spend the day reading between the lines. Every scroll is a whisper, a footstep in snow, something someone once cared enough to write down, fold, and seal. Historians still argue whether the archive functioned as a true repository of memory or simply as a tool of control. After all, what's written can be rewritten. What's sealed can be resealed. The past is editable. if you hold the right brush. You find evidence of this too. A scroll about land redistribution has had entire lines scraped off and rewritten in a different hand. The original ink barely clings to the paper. What did it used to say? A quiet mystery. Then, tucked between scrolls about palace architecture, you find something stranger. A letter, unsealed, addressed not to a person, but to the future. It reads, "If this reaches you, know that I tried. I tried to preserve what mattered. Not all of it will survive. Some truths are too heavy, but maybe you'll find enough. Maybe you'll see us." There's no name, just a date, 1554. You sit with the letter for a long time. You don't report it. Instead, you fold it back gently, return it to its place, and memorize the shelf number. You'll come back. Later, during tea break, Jong eyes you from over his cup. "Found anything spicy?" You smile faintly. "Just mold." He grunts. "Good. The past has enough ghosts." He sips. "Careful down there, though. The scrolls remember." You chuckle. But he's not joking. Back at the shelf, you notice a curious pattern in how certain scrolls are bundled. Red cords mean high secrecy. Green, ceremonial. But there's a third category. Golden thread, frayed with age. You find one labeled Memorandum of the Silk Whisperer. That's not a known title. Inside, you find a series of short entries. Observations. Nothing official. Things like, the queen eats less after court disputes. The king avoids the eastern corridor on cloudy days. The eunuch, with the mole on his jaw, listens at doors. It's a record of behaviors, human patterns, a log of private truths. You realize with a jolt, this is a eunuch's journal, hidden in plain sight, disguised as policy commentary. And it's brilliant, because while officials recorded victories and construction budgets, someone was watching the people. You copy one line into your palm with your fingernail before sealing the scroll again. Memory is not in the ink, but in the noticing. When your shift ends, you emerge from the archive with your robe coated in dust and your mind too full. The palace looks different. You pass a noble laughing too loudly in the garden and wonder what line he would leave in a hidden scroll. You see a court lady rubbing her hands nervously as she waits for an answer. You wonder what she's praying for. You see the king's secretary passing with a stack of scrolls, his lips tight. And you think, you are not the only one watching. That night, you lie awake. The walls seem to breathe. The mats whisper. The wind nudges the shutters. You think of the letter to the future. You think of the Red River dream. You wonder, what will be written about you? Or worse, what won't? Section 18. The king sneezes. That's it. Just a single, sharp sneeze. But in the palace, that one small sound ricochets like a thunderclap. You hear about it in the courtyard, not even 15 minutes later. A page runs by with joyed eyes, and a scroll clutched so tight you can see his knuckles turning white. A court lady from the inner hall mutters it to her friend as she brushes her sleeves. "The king sneezed," she says, like one might say, "the mountain cracked." You don't react, not outwardly, but internally, your shoulders sag, because now the entire machine will lurch into motion. You've seen it happen before, First, the royal physician is summoned. Even if he's not needed, protocol demands it. He will arrive with a wooden chest of herbs and press the king's wrist for a pulse, nodding gravely and prescribing heat-clearing decoctions and possibly a boiled pear. Then, the queen will be informed. She'll send a tray of ginseng broth and a silk-embroidered handkerchief with cranes stitched on the corners. The cranes symbolize long life. Everything in this palace symbolizes something. And then comes your part. You're assigned to message relay this week, which means every update about the king's bodily state will pass through your hands, from physician to queen, from queen to crown prince, from crown prince to senior council, from council back to the royal chef. Because of a sneeze, you dash to the Bureau of Medicine, where the head physician is already scribbling notes with the gravitas of someone preparing a eulogy. Slight nasal discharge, he mutters, followed by a single cough. Tongue pale, pulse rapid. You write it all down, every syllable. Did he eat breakfast? You ask carefully. Half a bowl of millet porridge. No complaints. You nod. The royal chef will want to know that. You're already anticipating the adjustment. Perhaps less ginger in tomorrow's rice cakes. Maybe warm radish soup instead of cold persimmon tea. It sounds absurd, you know. But absurdity here is routine, predictable, ritualized. By the time you return to the Queen's wing, the staff there already knows. You pass 3 courtiers deep in conversation about whether eucalyptus leaves should be added to the bedchamber incense. The Queen herself does not appear, but her head court lady receives your scroll with a nod. We will prepare a reply, she says. You know what that means. A condolence letter for a sneeze. Later, the Crown Prince sends a message too. It is short, but beautifully worded. He hopes His Majesty's vital energy remains balanced. You deliver it in person. The King's chamber is quieter than usual. The guards nod you through without speaking. Inside, the King reclines against a mountain of silk cushions, a pale gold robe draped over his knees. His eyes are closed. You kneel. You wait. After a moment, he opens one eye. Did my son write something ridiculous? He asks, voice hoarse but amused. You hesitate. He waves his hand. Don't answer that. You offer the scroll anyway. He reads it, sighs. Tell him I'm not dying. Not yet. You bow again. As you wish, Your Majesty. Though, he adds, I do like the handkerchief. Cranes again. Yes, Your Majesty. He smiles faintly. They think if they keep sending me symbols, I'll stay immortal. He sneezes again. Everyone freezes. You are dismissed. On your way out, you pass a trio of court ladies carrying hot towels and a bowl of porridge laced with jujube slices. You glance at your notes. The physician is now preparing a morning health update. You're scheduled to deliver it at the second bell tomorrow. Historians still argue whether this hypersensitivity around royal health was rooted in genuine concern or simply an excuse for palace officials to jockey for visibility. After all, if the king dies, everything shifts. Appointments, marriages, ceremonies, even punishments. A sneeze is a tremor before a potential political quake. You return to the registry room and file the health scroll under minor conditions. No fever. A small drawer with a dozen similar notes. Coughs, indigestion, mild chills. There's even one report where the king sneezed because he laughed too hard at a joke told by his jester about a clumsy tiger and a peach seller. That scroll has a small doodle in the corner, just 2 brush strokes, resembling a tiger slipping on a banana peel. You smile, then tuck it away. That night, Dongwook finds you wiping ink from your sleeves. "I heard the king is dying," he says dramatically. "He sneezed," you reply. He gasps. "Twice?" You roll your eyes. "Go to bed." But he lingers. "Do you ever think about what happens if he does die?" You pause. A lot of walking, a lot of black robes, a lot of wailing. Real wailing or fake? Mostly fake. He thinks for a moment. Would we be reassigned? Probably. To what? Whatever's next. He nods, then lies down with a groan. "I'm too tired for regime changes." You laugh, and as the room quiets, you think again of the king's smile. Faint. Human. He knows they overreact. But maybe, just maybe, he enjoys it. Maybe the sneeze is his only real rebellion. A reminder that he is, at his core, not a crown, not a concept, not a legend, just a man. Breathing. Barely. Section 19. You're chasing a mouse, not metaphorically, not a metaphor for scandal, or secrets, or ambitions. No. A literal, tiny, almond-colored mouse that just bolted from behind the rice bin and is now leading you on a silent, ridiculous pursuit through the palace crawl spaces. It all started with a noise. You were inspecting a scroll cabinet in the Queen Dowager's archive, checking for signs of mold or pests, when something small and furry darted across your peripheral vision. Most eunuchs would have ignored it. You, for reasons even you don't fully understand, decided to follow. So now, here you are, crouched beneath the floorboards, holding your lantern low, slipping through a crawl space you didn't know existed until 5 minutes ago. The mouse is fast, but careless. It skids around corners, pauses to sniff, then dashes again. You can't decide if you're irritated or impressed. Halfway through a particularly narrow passage, your lantern flickers. You stop, breathing slow. The air is different here. Warmer, slightly damp. There's a smell you don't recognize. Not dust, not ink. Something alive. You realize you've moved past the servant quarters. You're beneath the east storage wing. No one goes here unless they're retrieving festival decorations or ceremonial drums. It's mostly empty. Forgotten. And yet, voices. Muffled. Close. You freeze. There's a panel in the wall, wooden slats covered in old paper. You tilt your head, press your ear against it. Someone is speaking. Not during mourning season. It's too risky. A pause. I don't care. The astrologer confirmed the date. If we wait, we lose our leverage. Your heart thuds. You peek through a gap in the slats. 3 figures. Dim lantern light. One in a court official's guo. One dressed like a merchant. The third, a eunuch. You don't recognize his face, but his posture is familiar. Too stiff. Too careful. Your stomach sinks. They're huddled around a scroll, voices low, but urgent. Has the letter been sent to Pyongyang? The merchant asks. The eunuch nods. by runner. Coded language. No one will trace it. The official sighs. Then all we can do is wait. If the crown prince stumbles, we move. They roll up the scroll and snuff the lantern. You back away silently, slowly. Pulse in your throat. The mouse is gone. Of course it is. You stay frozen in place for several minutes, listening to their footsteps fade. What was that? A coup? A threat? A bluff? Your mind is racing. Historians still debate the extent to which eunuchs were involved in royal power struggles. Official records rarely implicate them directly, but whispers persist about informants, double agents, forged scrolls, invisible hands moving the visible world. Now you wonder if those whispers are more than just bedtime stories for court secretaries. Eventually, you retrace your steps. It takes longer than expected. You bump your head once, drop your lantern twice. By the time you crawl back into open air, your robe is dusty, your knees are bruised, and your sense of security has gone missing. You don't tell anyone what you saw. Not yet. Instead, you do what eunuchs do best. Observe. Wait. Keep your name clean, your head low, and your ears open. Back at the dormitory, Dong-wook raises an eyebrow. Did you fall in a broom closet? You dust off your sleeves. Found a mouse. You chased it? I got curious. He laughs. Curiosity is going to get you reassigned to the chicken coop. You smile, faintly, but your mind's still down in that crawl space. That night, you sit by your mat and unroll a small personal scroll, a diary of sorts. You never write anything sensitive, just thoughts, questions. Tonight, you write, 3 men, 1 scroll, something about the prince, hidden passage, east wing. Must be careful. Then you roll it back up and tuck it inside your pillow. Later, a bell tolls in the distance. The wind rustles the paper screens. You lie back, eyes open, and you wonder, who else in the palace is listening through the walls? Who else knows? And more dangerously, who else knows that you know? Section 20. You've never been so aware of your lack of genitals as you are this morning, sitting cross-legged on a woven mat, trying to remember the capital of Goryeo for the 3rd time, while a low-ranking tutor with a permanent frown drills you on Confucian ethics like it's a matter of national security. Because today is examination day. Not for state officials, not for scholars, not even for junior ministers. Today is the civil assessment for eunuchs. Yes, that's a thing. It's not widely talked about, especially outside the palace, but eunuchs, especially those of 3rd grade or higher, are expected to periodically prove their intellectual worth. History, etiquette, palace law, formal writing, sometimes even poetry, depending on which examiner drew the short straw. And no, you don't get to skip it just because you're excellent at folding ceremonial socks. The room is small, stone-floored, quiet, except for the occasional cough and the scratch of ink brushes. There are 9 of you today, arranged in a semicircle, like doomed students at the mercy of the world's most unforgiving schoolmaster. Dong-wook is sitting to your left, visibly sweating. He leans over and whispers, I swear if they ask about the 3 bonds again, I'm throwing myself out the window. You whisper back, there is no window. He grins, pale. Then I'll throw myself into a wall. The examiner clears his throat. Both of you go quiet. The test begins. First question. List the proper protocol for greeting a royal concubine during a ceremonial procession when the king is absent, but the queen dowager is present. You blink. This is a trap. It's always a trap. Because it's not just etiquette. It's precedent. You have to reference at least one recorded case. Quote, Confucian logic. And, if possible, sneak in a proverb that makes you look humble. You write carefully, slow, precise, letting each stroke fall into place like a well-rehearsed bow. Around you, the others scribble, some furiously, some with the blank desperation of chickens who've forgotten what eggs are. The next question is worse. You're given a hypothetical. The crown prince has written a poem comparing the king to a plum tree and himself to a falling leaf. What should you, as his message courier, do if asked to deliver it to the queen? You want to scream, because that's clearly a metaphor for political succession, and anything you do, anything, could end with you cleaning the kitchens for the rest of your natural life. You answer. Advise His Highness to reconsider the metaphor, suggesting perhaps a shared blossom instead. Offer to retrieve a second draft more suitable for His Majesty's eyes. You hope that sounds loyal and not sarcastic. Historians still argue about the intellectual rigor of eunuch assessments. Some believe it was mere ceremony, meant to placate officials who resented the influence eunuchs held in court. Others insist it was a genuine attempt to cultivate bureaucratic excellence in a group often relegated to servile roles. You believe it's both. Because as much as they pretend this test is academic, you know it's about trust. They're watching to see which eunuchs think too deeply, or too creatively, or not at all. One wrong phrase and you're marked. By midday, your hand is cramping, your ink pot is nearly dry, and the final essay is announced. In no fewer than 20 lines, explain the role of virtue in silent service. You stare at the paper for a full minute. Then you write, Virtue is not in being seen. It is in folding silence around a secret like a second robe. It is standing still while others rise, and rising only to make space for their shadow. It is taking blame without a name, and giving names to things no one else bothers to remember. Virtue is knowing your place is not in history, but next to it, holding the ink. You stop after that. It feels like enough. The exam ends. Scrolls are collected. No one speaks. Outside, the sun hits your face like a slap. You squint, stretch, shake the numb from your fingers. Dong-wook slumps beside you. I compared the king to a confused ox. You blink. He shrugs. It was metaphorical. You laugh so hard, you choke. That night, back in the dormitory, there's rice porridge for dinner. A small gift from the steward who supervises exams. A reward for surviving, not succeeding. You eat slowly, gratefully. A senior eunuch enters near curfew and posts the results scroll on the message board. You all hover. Your name, passed, with note. What kind of note? You find out the next day. Cho Guan hands you a slip of parchment. It reads, Good pen, dangerous metaphors, watch tone. You raise an eyebrow. He grins faintly. Congratulations. You've officially been noticed. You bow, and as you walk away, you remember that final line. Not in history, but next to it, holding the ink. And you think, maybe that's enough. Section 21. The lanterns sway slightly tonight. Not from wind, there's none, but from the subtle, charged tension that always creeps in just before the seasonal offering ceremony. It's the time when the palace tightens its belt, straightens its spine, and performs a grand 3-day-long ritual to honor ancestors, deities, and something called heavenly harmony, which no one can quite define, but everyone agrees must be maintained at all costs. And this year, you're on the flame detail. You think that sounds impressive? It's not. It means you're in charge of managing the ceremonial incense fires, those slow-burning sticks that must be lit at precise intervals during offerings, prayers, and midnight chants. Each stick is timed to burn for exactly 49 minutes. Not more, not less. If it goes out early, bad omen. If it burns too long, also a bad omen. Basically, the universe depends on your ability to manage aromatic wood. You're given a pouch with precisely 7 incense sticks, an ivory striker, and a list of ignition times scrawled in tiny brushwork. The senior eunuch who trained you this morning said, deadpan, "You are now the human heartbeat of ancestral approval." No pressure. You're stationed in the Hall of Whispering Pines, a half-open shrine just north of the main altar courtyard. It's peaceful, serene, haunted, probably. The kind of place where wind chimes ring even when the air is still. The first lighting goes smoothly. You strike the firestone, touch it to the incense, and watch the flame catch. It curls upward like a dragon, exhaling in slow motion. You place it into the ceramic holder and begin the count. 1, 2, 3. You'll do this again 6 more times tonight. Each moment spaced exactly 77 minutes apart to align with ancient star charts that haven't been updated in centuries. At first, it's beautiful. You sit cross-legged in the dark, watching the smoke ribbon into the air, carrying prayers and plum-scented ash. You listen to the distant drums and the rhythmic chanting from the main hall. You feel small, but not in a bad way, like a single thread in a much larger weave. Then it gets weird. At the second lighting, you hear footsteps, not the usual soft shuffle of monks or courtiers. No, these are slow, deliberate, barefoot steps, crunching faintly over pine needles outside the shrine. You pause. The incense flares slightly, like it's holding its breath with you. You peek around the frame of the doorway. No one. You return. Wait. The steps start again. You freeze. This time, you stand and step outside, brush in hand. You sweep the lantern light in a wide arc across the stone path. Still nothing, except on the far edge of the pine grove, just before the trees thicken into shadow. There's something, a figure, barely visible, standing still. You call out, softly. A whisper, barely a whisper. The figure turns, but you can't see a face, only that they're wearing a pale robe and holding something. A scroll, then gone, vanished into the trees. You stand there a moment longer, heart tapping like a moth against a screen. Then you go back inside. Relight the incense, just in case. Historians still argue whether these ceremonies were spiritual acts or political performances. Certainly, the queen uses them to reinforce harmony, and the king always offers the first bow. But something about tonight feels older than court politics, less choreographed, more watching. You glance at the third incense stick, still burning. Good. At the fourth lighting, you hear chanting in a language you don't recognize. Not Korean, not Chinese, not Buddhist Sanskrit. Just sounds. Low, throaty, rising and falling like waves against a stone wall. You step outside again. The sound fades. You find a scrap of parchment near the incense tray. It wasn't there before. On it, a symbol. Circular, simple, familiar, but not quite. It looks like a variation of the royal crest, but with one extra brushstroke through the center. You pocket it. You don't tell anyone. Because what would you say? That you might be hallucinating from too much sandalwood? The fifth lighting comes. You sit quietly. This time, there's no sound, no figure, just the night, and the subtle scent of time unwinding. You start thinking about the people who did this before you. Hundreds of them, generations of eunuchs, each holding incense, each trying not to tremble, each wondering if the ancestors were actually listening, or if they were just performing for the living. There's something oddly comforting in that. You are not the first to carry this flame. You won't be the last. At the sixth lighting, you hum softly. No one hears you. Or maybe they do. The final incense burns at dawn. The light begins to filter in through the pine trees, soft and gold, brushing the shrine with the gentleness of a first memory. You light the last stick. Place it carefully. And as the smoke curls upward, you whisper, not a prayer, not a name, just a thought. If you're out there, I'm listening. Then you sit and breathe and wait. Section 22. You don't usually get summoned to the royal kitchens. Eunuchs like you, low to mid-tier, mid-clean, mid-everything, don't hover near food unless it's being delivered or confiscated. But this morning, a scroll arrives with your name on it, tied with green thread. The "come here, but not urgently" kind. It smells faintly of ginger and ink. So you go. The kitchens are chaos. Controlled, steamy, onion-peeling chaos. Massive brass pots boil over fire pits the size of small bathtubs. Assistants shout across the room. Knives clatter. Steam curls around baskets of lotus root, dried persimmons, and shredded turnip. Somewhere, something is sizzling in sesame oil, and your stomach grumbles in protest. You're met by Madame Hieri, the head of seasonal preparations, which is a fancy way of saying she controls the ceremonial menus, and by extension, the digestive destiny of every royal being in a 3-mile radius. She doesn't bow. She doesn't blink. "You're the eunuch with the steady hands," she says, eyeing you like a butcher assesses a fish. "I need help." You bow. "Of course. With what?" She points to a low wooden bench. On it sits a tray of steamed rice cakes. Baekseolgi, the pure white kind used for ancestral rites and lunar offerings. "I need the royal seal stamped on each one," she says, without smudging the rice flour, and without pressing so hard the whole cake collapses, like a weak-willed courtier. You nod, slightly terrified. She hands you a brass stamp. It's shaped like a lotus, with the character for longevity in the center. You kneel, you breathe, you stamp. One by one. Each rice cake accepts the seal with the solemnity of a treaty. You develop a rhythm. Light press, exhale, lift. Light press, exhale, lift. Dong-wook would have made a joke about this being the most delicious bureaucracy in the country. But he's not here. It's just you. Flour. Steam. Silence. You finish 30 in a row. No breaks, no cracks. Madame Hayeri watches with a slight nod of approval. You're better than last year's boy. He sneezed halfway through the 5th tray. You bow again, hiding your pride like a squirrel hides stolen chestnuts. Then she lowers her voice. There's something else, she says. Something quieter. She leads you to a corner of the pantry where pickled radish jars line the walls like sleepy soldiers. From behind one jar, she pulls out a wrapped bundle. It's a fermentation cloth used for preserving kimchi, but the kind reserved only for funerary offerings. I want you to deliver this, she says, quietly. No scrolls, no announcements. You blink. To whom? To the former royal consort's private shrine. Ah, now it makes sense. The consort in question had died 5 years ago, officially of illness, unofficially under circumstances people still avoid describing. She had no surviving children, no titles left behind. But someone, perhaps the queen, perhaps not, still sends food to her shrine every new moon. And that food must arrive without anyone noticing. You take the bundle and wrap it in plain cloth, nothing ceremonial. Just humble offerings for a ghost who was once someone's everything. The shrine is small, tucked behind the outer eastern wall. You've passed it before, never stopped. It's shaded by 2 juniper trees, and the stone steps are worn smooth by exactly 5 years of quiet footsteps. You place the food down, bend your head, say nothing. Historians still argue whether these unofficial offerings reflect affection, guilt, or obligation. Some say they're relics of old palace factions, remnants of power games, long dissolved. Others believe they're simply human. You think, maybe they're both. Back in the kitchen, Madame Hieri says nothing as you return the empty bundle. Instead, she hands you a candied chestnut. For your silence, she says. You bow again. On your way out, you catch a glimpse of the lunch preparations. The king's midday tray includes pine nut porridge, steamed sea bream, and a tiny dish of plum vinegar jelly, chilled to exactly room temperature. You suddenly wonder if he even tastes it, or if it all blends into ritual and repetition, bite after bite of ancestral duty. You, meanwhile, sneak a second candied chestnut into your sleeve for later. That night, Dong-wook finds you at the dormitory steps, chewing slowly. He eyes the treat. Where did that come from? You shrug. Made friends with someone powerful. He leans in. A princess? A pickler. He stares. I don't know whether to be jealous or terrified. You offer him the second chestnut. He takes it, pops it in his mouth, savors. Then, between chews, he says, You ever notice how the food here always tastes perfect, but never tastes like home? You nod. You think about rice cakes and old consorts and ghost offerings no one talks about. And you say, maybe it's not supposed to. Section 23. It starts with a scroll, a perfectly ordinary, slightly smudged scroll that arrives wrapped in the beige ribbon reserved for routine updates. You're assigned to open and copy it. Standard clerical duty. You've done this 100 times. But as your brush glides over the silk paper surface, transcribing each stroke, something makes you pause. The scroll begins. Concerning the movement of shadow personnel to Northern Holdings. You blink. Shadow personnel? That's not a standard term. You read on. The scroll refers to a handful of unnamed eunuchs being transferred to outposts near the northern border, regions historically associated with internal exile, low supply chains, and occasional retraining. But here's the strange part. No names, just ranks and numbers. 2nd grade attendant, 2 3rd-grade scribes, 1 ceremonial firekeeper. You read it again. Your title, ceremonial firekeeper, isn't common. You only held it once, during the seasonal offerings. But that's more than enough to chill your spine. The scroll doesn't have a sender name, only an authorization seal, smudged but faintly visible. You don't recognize it. You glance around the copying room. No one's watching. You slide the original scroll halfway under your sleeve and rise. Now, you're not technically allowed to remove live scrolls from this room without clearance, but you're also not technically allowed to be erased from the records and sent to the cold border because someone decided you were shadow personnel. So, you walk, calm, normal, like you're just heading to deliver an update, which you are, kind of. You go to the seal registry office, where all official markings are cataloged. It's run by an elderly eunuch named Master J, who hasn't smiled in 20 years and thinks ink mixing is a sacred art. You bow. Master J. A moment? He peers up, squinting. If it's about the red ink shortage, blame the accountants. I need to verify a seal. He pauses. Forgery? I don't know. You show him the scroll. He examines it, tilts it under light, traces the faint smudge with a brush tip dipped in vinegar. Then he frowns. This seal doesn't exist. You blink. What? It looks like a fusion of 2 older designs. One is the King's Council seal. The other was retired decades ago, used by a now defunct branch of internal affairs. No one should be using this. So, it's a fake? He shrugs. Or it's real, and someone doesn't want it found. You thank him, and that's when you notice him tuck a note into your sleeve. No eye contact, no comment, just a practiced sleight of hand. You leave the room, heart thumping. The note is short. Watch the lantern hall on the 3rd night from today. No light, no sound. What in the cold heavens does that mean? You don't tell Dong-wook. Not yet. You spend the next 2 days pretending to be normal, folding scrolls, delivering slippers, accepting a slap from a senior eunuch for bowing 1 second too late. But your mind is elsewhere. Lantern Hall. 3 nights from the scroll. You wait. When the time comes, you slip out under the pretense of relieving night incense. Duty. Not unheard of. Not strange. The The lantern hall is a long, narrow building used for festival storage and private rehearsals. At night, it's dark, quiet. You crouch beneath the west window and wait. Half an hour passes. Then you hear footsteps. 3 figures enter. One carries a lamp. It stays unlit. You recognize the voice immediately. That same eunuch from the crawl space conversation weeks ago. "No confirmation on the crown prince yet," he says. "But the minister has grown impatient." The other speaks. Rougher voice, merchant tone. "Then we act anyway, with or without the stars." A third voice, female this time, calm, precise. "Court lady, likely. You'll need someone to deliver the modified edict." The eunuch replies, "We have a scribe." You press closer to the wall. Modified edict? No names, just titles, just shadows. Historians still argue how many palace plots were real and how many were imagined. Fabrications meant to tighten control or justify reshuffling the elite. But eavesdropping like this? It doesn't feel imaginary. You memorize every word you can. After they leave, you wait 5 full minutes, then slip away like dust on tile. Back at the dormitory, Dong-wook's already asleep. You lie on your mat and stare at the ceiling. Shadow personnel. You. They said they have a scribe. Is that you? You reach under your pillow and pull out your diary scroll. No ink tonight. You just trace the symbols silently with your finger, over and over. Because now, you know too much, and you're not sure who knows that you know. Section 24. Your name is called at dawn, not shouted, not even spoken loudly, just gently announced by a steward whose robes smell like ink and boiled barley. "You've been requested by the Office of Protocol," he says, without a hint of drama. You nod, bow, rise, but inside, your brain does a backflip. The Office of Protocol is no joke. It's the department responsible for everything visible. Ceremonies, greetings, dress codes, processions, and all those complex bows that require math-level timing. If the palace is a performance, protocol is its director. And now they want you. The steward leads you through a maze of unfamiliar courtyards. Small, polished stones crunch underfoot. The sun is just beginning to warm the red lacquer walls. Inside the office, you're greeted by Master So, a soft-spoken eunuch with the kind of serene expression usually found on bronze Buddhas. He's rumored to have once corrected a crown prince's foot placement during a mourning ritual without being beheaded. "You've been selected for a temporary observance role," he says. You bow. "May I ask what that entails?" "You'll shadow the crown prince for the next 3 days, quietly. Take note of his movements, interactions, tone of voice. Do not interfere. Do not engage unless spoken to." You try to keep your face still, but internally, your heart is breakdancing. The crown prince. You've seen him before, of course, at a distance, during ceremonies. He always looked carved, measured, a living ideal more than a person. His robes stitched with phoenixes, his posture flawless, his face unreadable. Now, you'll walk just 10 steps behind him, like a shadow, noticed only if you trip. You're handed a small scroll notebook, binding thinner than your pinky, each page fine as onion skin. Observe, record, report only to me. You nod, and then it begins. The Crown Prince's morning starts with tea, not the casual kind. Royal ginger tea, brewed by a personal herbalist and served in a bowl the size of a hummingbird's dream. He drinks it slowly, eyes on the horizon. You wait outside, recording the time. He walks the garden path next. 16 steps between the plum tree and the stone pond. He stops exactly halfway to tilt his head at the koi. Does he like the koi? Does he even see them? He doesn't smile, doesn't frown, just notes them. Then to the Hall of Ancestral Light for meditation. 25 minutes, no talking. 1 incense stick. You count his breaths. Dong Wook would tease you for this. You've become a royal ghost counter, he'd say. But you don't mind. This is fascinating. Because beneath the ceremonial layers, you start to see flickers of the real person. Like when he frowns, just slightly, at a counselor's joke. Or when he lingers in the corridor of the late royal consort's portrait. Only for a second, but long enough. Or when he changes direction on his walk to avoid a cleaning lady who's dropped her basket of onions. No words, just a soft veer to give her space. You record everything. Historians still argue whether crown princes in the late Joseon were truly groomed for power, or simply preserved like museum relics until the crown became vacant. The pressure, the surveillance, the expectation, they broke many before they ruled. But this one, he carries it like a quiet burden, not because he wants to, but because he knows he must. On day 2, something unexpected happens. He speaks to you. You're walking a careful distance behind when he stops suddenly at the bamboo pavilion, hands folded behind his back. "You've been following me?" he says. You bow instantly. "Yes, Your Highness." As assigned. He turns his head slightly, not enough to fully face you. "Do you like it?" You hesitate. Then, "I learn from it." A pause. Then he says, "There's not much to learn from someone who's never made a real decision." That silence again. He walks on. You breathe again. You write it down later. Crown Prince, aware of role, possibly restless, carries stillness like a shield. On the 3rd day, rain begins to fall, just after the morning bowing ritual. The prince pauses under the overhang, looking up. You expect him to head indoors, but he doesn't. Instead, he steps into the rain. No attendants follow. You hesitate. He stands there, letting the droplets darken his robe, drip from his hair. For once, his posture softens. His jaw unclenches. He looks young, not powerful, not princely, just a boy in the rain, remembering he has skin and breath. You stay where you are. Let the moment happen. Later, Master Seo asks for your scroll. You hand it over. He reads it, page by page, nodding occasionally. Then he looks up. "This is good. You noticed what mattered." You bow. He rolls the scroll back up, seals it. "Go rest," he says. So you do. Back at the dormitory, Dong-wook's half asleep, one arm over his eyes. You look like you walked to China and back, he mumbles. Just followed someone, trying not to break. He opens one eye. Sounds familiar. You smile. And when you lie down, the image that stays with you isn't the prince's posture or robe. It's the way he stood in the rain. Still, silent, and free. For just a minute. Section 25. You're holding a cat. No, really. A large, orange palace cat with one torn ear, half a tail, and the personality of a retired general. He marched straight into your lap during your lunch break in the back courtyard and has since claimed you as his favored cushion. The kitchen eunuchs call him Marshal Meow. He responds to no one, scratches everyone, except, apparently, you. You stroke his head gingerly. He purrs like a thundercloud with opinions. Dong-wook finds you 10 minutes later and nearly drops his rice bowl. You've tamed the beast, he whispers. Are you the chosen one? You roll your eyes, but secretly you feel a little proud. Marshal Meow is palace royalty in his own right. No one knows when he arrived. Some say he was born under the laundry shed during a solar eclipse. Others insist he's the reincarnation of a disgraced general from the early Joseon years. Whatever the truth, he's survived 6 head chefs, 2 minor fires, and 1 attempted assassination. By a peacock, allegedly. He's also, conveniently, very good at sneaking. That's why, when he suddenly leaps from your lap and disappears between 2 stone walls, you feel compelled to follow. You glance around. No one's looking. Dong-wook is distracted by an ant in his soup. So you rise, quietly, and slip after the cat. He weaves through a narrow passage behind the servant laundry yard, an area technically off-limits, but seldom enforced. You follow, careful not to disturb the drying silk sleeves or the bed linens bleached in the sun. Marshal Meow disappears behind a low archway you never noticed before. You duck under and find a room. Empty. No door, no windows. Just 4 stone walls, one that looks newly patched, and a single, low table in the center. On it, a map. You step closer. It's not just a map. It's a palace schematic, but hand-drawn, annotated with small red marks. Some familiar locations. The Pavilion of Blossoms, the Hall of Imperial Records, the Queen's personal tea garden, but also paths that don't officially exist. Tunnels, crawlways, supply doors. You step back, heart tightening. Then you hear it, the softest scrape, behind you. You turn, too slow. A hand grabs your collar. A cloth bag goes over your head. Darkness. Panic. A voice hisses. Too curious. Then silence. The next thing you feel is cold water on your face. You're in a storage room. Your hands aren't bound, but the message is clear. A silhouette crouches nearby. A eunuch, judging by the voice, but not one you know. He speaks quietly. You got lucky. Marshall doesn't bring just anyone. You blink, dazed. What? That cat? The voice chuckles. He's been trained. We use him to monitor areas that aren't officially watched. He's our signal. We? A pause. Then, we're the ones watching the watchers. You stare. The figure leans forward. There are groups inside this palace. Layers of loyalty. Factions pretending to sleep, waiting for moments to wake up. You nod slowly. You're clever, he says. But clever isn't enough. You need to know when to disappear. You whisper, "Is this about the map?" Another pause. Partially, but it's also about you. Someone's marked you, not to kill, not yet, but to test. Your mouth goes dry. Then he stands, hands you a scroll, sealed in black wax. When the time comes, he says, this will help you decide who you are. Then he's gone. No name, no farewell, just the sound of Marshall Meow purring from somewhere nearby. You stay in the room for a while, then rise. Open the scroll. It's blank. For now. Historians still argue whether palace animals played real roles in espionage or were just legends born of bored minds. But you've seen too much now to laugh it off. You followed a cat and nearly got inducted into a conspiracy. You return to the courtyard an hour later, slightly dazed. Dong-wook looks up. Where did you go? You shrug. Marshall needed a walk. He snorts. You spoil that fur ball. You don't respond. You're still thinking about the hand on your collar. The map. The voice that said, "Too curious." That night, Marshall Meow curls up beside your mat. And you think, if I'm being watched, what else do they know? Section 26. You wake to find your shoes missing. At first, this seems like a minor annoyance. Palace dormitories aren't exactly overflowing with personal space, and things, slippers, soap, the occasional lunch bun, go missing all the time. You figure Dong-wook probably kicked them across the room during one of his dramatic dreams. But then you notice something else. There's a folded note under your pillow. You've never seen it before. No seal, no signature, just a short message. If you want answers, follow the girl with the lantern. Midnight, kitchen well. You read it twice, then a third time. You check your pulse. Still there. Good. The day proceeds like nothing has happened. You report to the inventory clerk, help transcribe a list of broken ceremonial fans, and receive a brief scolding for mislabeling a box of hairpins as scented skewers. But your thoughts never leave the message. Midnight. Girl with the lantern. Kitchen well. You know the spot. Everyone does. It's where water is drawn for special teas and purification rituals. One of the few wells not open to general use. It's usually padlocked by dusk. You pretend to go to sleep at the usual hour. Dong-wook mumbles something about fish dreams. You slip out quietly. No shoes, just cloth-wrapped feet. The kitchen courtyard is dark and damp with mist. The lanterns have all been extinguished, except one. There, flickering near the well, is a figure. Not a court lady, not a kitchen aide. Her robe is pale, but simple. Her posture, still, unmoving. She doesn't look up as you approach. Only when you're within a few paces does she whisper, "You're late." You open your mouth, but she lifts a hand. Don't speak yet, just follow. She walks, not toward the well, but past it, into a narrow corridor you didn't know existed, the kind that hides between architectural plans, like a secret someone forgot to erase. You follow. It twists, dips, descends. You pass storage cellars, incense cupboards, even what appears to be a stack of unused coffin boards. You swallow. Finally, she stops at a paper screen. She lifts the lantern and slides it aside. You enter. It's a room, underground, dry. Walls lined with scrolls. Not ordinary scrolls. Unarchived scrolls. Some unfinished. Some damaged. Some forbidden. Your guide turns and looks at you properly for the first time. She's young, maybe 15, maybe 25. Palace life does strange things to age. I'm what they call a shadow scribe, she says, and you're not supposed to be here. You nod. I know, she sighs, but you're already here, and that makes you part of it, whether you want to be or not. You glance around. The scrolls are labeled with odd titles, concerning the loss of the crown's breath, events of the unremembered morning, orders refused but carried out anyway. You frown. What are these? She replies, histories no one wants written, but can't afford to destroy. You step closer to one, carefully. Inside, a report of an incident during the rain festival of year 14, in which the king was missing for 12 hours and returned with torn sleeves and no explanation. Officials were told he had meditated in solitude. The real account, this one, describes a confrontation between the king and an unnamed figure in the bamboo forest. There's blood mentioned, and betrayal. You feel cold. Why are you showing me this? You ask. Because, she says, someone already has your name. It's better if you know why. She hands you a scroll. Your fingers tremble. On the outside, your name, written with your birth title, not your eunuch name. Inside, a log of everything you've done in the past 3 months. The incense fire, the examination scroll, the encounter at Lantern Hall. Even Marshal Meow gets a mention. You stare. This is surveillance, you whisper. She nods. Palace knows everything. It always does. Then why am I still here? She meets your eyes. Because someone, somewhere, is waiting to see what you do next. You don't speak. Just breathe and listen. She pulls a smaller scroll from a box near her seat. This, she says, is a name. A name? The eunuch from the crawl space, she says. The one with the meetings. He's been transferring information to the northern province. His real title was erased 5 years ago. He's a ghost. She pauses. I can't give you this. You nod, disappointed. But I can give you the location of the next meeting. You look at the note she hands you. It says, 4th watch, Pavilion of Paper Winds, no lanterns. You pocket it. Why me? You ask. She gives the faintest smile. You followed the cat. You leave before dawn. By the time you return to your mat, Dongwook is snoring. You lie awake, staring at the rafters. There's a secret under the palace. And now, it has your scent. Section 27. The Pavilion of Paper Winds lives up to its name. It creaks and whispers, even when the air is still. Its thin walls are made of washi, layered so delicately that the moonlight leaks straight through. painting everything inside with a silver hush. Courtiers hate this place. It's too drafty, too remote, too listening. But tonight, it's not court officials who occupy it. It's shadows. You arrive at the fourth watch, just as the stars fade into that soft pre-dawn gray. You wear your dullest robe. No sash, no insignia. You carry only a blank scroll tucked under your sleeve and a tiny pouch of tea leaves in case anyone asks. No one does. You're not alone, but no one speaks. 5 figures, all seated, evenly spaced along the edge of the pavilion. Their faces hidden, robes loose, unnamed. They might be scribes. They might be spies. They might be both. You sit, carefully. A man near the center speaks first. His voice is low, even, practiced. The second edict has reached Pyongyang. We await response. Another figure, slimmer, softer, says, the Crown Prince's behavior has changed, more measured. He suspects. Your spine tightens. They're watching him. 2. A third voice. Any progress on the Queen's position? None, replies someone near you. Her loyalties are sealed like her incense box. A brief silence. Then, a name. The Observer. You freeze. That's what they're calling the new scribe, says one figure. Quiet, clean hands, but too many open eyes. Someone chuckles. You say nothing, but your pulse is deafening. You are the observer, or at least they think you are, and they're watching. Historians still argue whether groups like this ever truly operated within the royal court. Conspirators hidden under layers of propriety, whispering of reforms, overthrows, or protections no one else dared attempt. The records are scarce, or perhaps edited, or perhaps never written at all. But this is real. And now, it involves you. The central figure speaks again. One of ours has gone dark. The girl. The scribe. Your throat tightens. The girl from the hidden archive. She knew this would happen. You remember the way she said, I can't give you this. Like it was already out of her hands. They don't know she spoke to you. Not yet. But they will. You shift slightly. The wooden floor groans under your weight. A figure turns. Something to report? They ask. You think quickly. Bow your head. Only that the Crown Prince stood in the rain for 11 minutes during the second morning ceremony. He declined cover. A pause. Then the central voice replies, Noted. We monitor his temperament. You don't breathe again until the meeting disperses. Each person leaves a different way. No fanfare, no eye contact. One slips through the side gate. Another folds into the trees. One climbs onto the tiled roof and vanishes like a bat. You wait a moment, then walk. Deliberate, casual. Your hands shake only once when you pass a night guard who doesn't look at you, but should have. Back in your quarters, the sky is turning pale. Dong-wook is already awake, staring at the ceiling, like someone trying to solve a riddle without knowing the question. You were gone, he says. You nod. He turns to you. It's happening, isn't it? You blink. What? All of it. The tension, the weird silences. That group of eunuchs that suddenly started wearing different belt colors. You pause. You notice that? He shrugs. I'm dumb. not blind. You sit beside him on the mat. He whispers, "Are we in danger?" You whisper back, "We've always been in danger. We just forgot for a while." He exhales, "I miss when my biggest concern was whether the laundry got scented rice water or plain." You nod. Same. So you reach under your bedding and retrieve the black wax scroll, still blank. You dip a brush. Right. They suspect me, but not fully. The girl is missing. The map still exists. You dry the ink with your breath. Then you roll it back up, tuck it away. Dong Wook watches you. After a pause, he says, "If you get executed, can I have your pillow?" You throw a bean at him. He grins. But behind that grin is fear. And behind yours, resolve. The next move is yours. But the board is theirs. Section 28. You've never noticed how sharp a goose feather can be. Until now, when you're using one to etch letters onto a thin slip of birch bark, because actual paper would be too obvious, too traceable. The feather digs a little too deep. The bark splits slightly. You curse under your breath, and then curse again, louder, because you just cursed out loud in the king's library. You are not supposed to be here. This wing of the royal library is technically open to all court scribes, but this particular archive room, the one with the northern scroll indexes, is for high-ranking scholars only. But thanks to a brief, blessed moment of distraction involving an overturned ink pot and a panicked novice, you slipped in unnoticed. You're looking for a name. The eunuch in the lantern hall. The one they said was a ghost, someone erased 5 years ago. You start with the census of royal attendants, year 142. Your fingers trace down the neat brush strokes, names, titles, transfer notes. There, a eunuch named Joseon Woo, assigned to the queen's retinue, vanished without reassignment. Next to his name, a red ink mark that simply says, "Withdrawn." You check the next year. Gone. No explanation. No dismissal order. No punishment. Just erased. Historians still argue about these disappearances. Officially, eunuchs who vanished were either quietly retired, sent to remote temples, or absorbed into secret diplomatic work. Unofficially, everyone whispers about secret trials, unrecorded executions, or being ghosted, left alive, but made invisible to the system. You copy the name onto your birch slip, just the name. And just as you're about to tuck it away, looking for someone, you freeze. A figure stands in the doorway. It's Master Cho Guan. You haven't seen him in weeks. He walks in like he owns the walls. His eyes skim the open scroll, then settle on you. Interesting reading for someone whose job is labeling umbrellas. You bow low. "Apologies, Master. I was curious." He snorts. "Curiosity is just hunger, wearing a scholar's hat." He walks to the shelf, pulls a scroll, hands it to you. "Here, if you're going to read like a criminal, at least do it correctly." You take it. The title is cryptic. Whispers of Autumn, Unfinished. Inside, you find what looks like poetry. But after the third stanza, the poems become lists. Phrases that don't rhyme. References to the weeping roof and empty bowls filled with news. One line is repeated. One voice carries, but many disappear. Cho Guan says nothing, just walks out. You reread the scroll 3 times. On the back, in faint brush strokes, are coordinates. Well, almost. More like positioning cues, marked with palace architecture terms. 3rd pillar from the Swan Gate, behind the mirror in the southern dressing hall, under the missing tile, Pavilion of Autumn Games. You're being handed a trail. You leave the library. Back in the dormitory, Dong-wook is sketching in the dirt with a stick. You sit beside him and whisper, "I need your help." His eyes widen. Does it involve climbing something or being quiet? Yes, he sighs. Then we're going to die. You wait until the next rain. It's easier to move when the guards are distracted by wet robes and faulty umbrellas. You and Dong-wook dress like junior messengers, carrying empty scroll tubes as decoys. First stop, Swan Gate. You find the 3rd pillar. Behind it, tucked into a hollow, is a small pouch. Inside, a ring, plain brass. But etched on the inside is a symbol, a slashed lotus. You recognize it. It matches the seal on that forged scroll from weeks ago. 2nd location, southern dressing hall. The mirror hides a small crack behind the frame. You fish out a folded paper, a list of names. You only recognize one, Joseon Woo. Next to it, someone has written, "Failed to execute, retreated." Re-emerging? You shiver. Last stop, the Pavilion of Autumn Games. There's a tile missing behind the offering altar. Inside the cavity, a piece of cloth, black. You pull it out carefully. It's a patch, the kind sewn onto ceremonial eunuch robes to denote special service, but with no identifying symbol, blank, except for 4 tiny red dots stitched in the shape of a square. Dong-wook whispers, "What does it mean?" You whisper back, "It means I'm standing in the middle of a plan that never ended." You return to your mat that night with dirt under your fingernails and secrets in your sleeves. You unroll your personal scroll. This time, you don't write a code. You write, "The past isn't dead. It's underground." Then you draw a small lotus and slash it once through the center. Section 29. You get summoned by name, loudly, publicly, during breakfast, no less, just as you're scooping the last bit of mung bean porridge from your bowl. A steward marches in and declares, "Eunuch under the title Hajin, present yourself to the inner court minister." Dong-wook immediately looks like he's going to choke on his rice. You, on the other hand, manage to rise with something resembling grace. But inside, you're unraveling, because the inner court minister does not summon people without a reason. And reasons from him tend to come with sharp ends and sealed scrolls. You follow the steward through a labyrinth of corridors until you reach the Hall of Blue Silence, a place that always feels a few degrees colder than the rest of the palace. The floors are polished to the point of cruelty. Every footstep echoes like a mistake. You kneel. The minister enters. No announcement, just a soft rustle of brocade and the sharp scent of sandalwood oil. He sits, doesn't speak right away. Instead, he watches you for a long, long time. Finally, he says, "You have a steady hand." You bow lower. "Thank you, Minister." You also ask too many questions. Your breath stills. I do not recall giving you access to the Northern Library archive. Your fingers twitch against your robe. I was instructed to retrieve a scroll. By whom? A pause. Master Cho Guan. He leans back. Something shifts in his expression. Not surprise. Calculation. Interesting, he murmurs. That old fox is still playing games. Then, without warning, he tosses something across the floor toward you. It lands with a soft click. A bone stylus. You recognize it. It's used for writing on silk ledger scrolls, the kind reserved for high-level military intelligence. He says, "You're going to write for me now." You keep your head bowed. Minister, you'll transcribe coded reports from the Northern District. Nothing leaves this hall. You sleep in the adjacent cell. You eat here. You do not speak of this to anyone. You pause, trying to sound reluctant without sounding disobedient. Am I being punished? You are being tested. He lets the word settle. And observed. Historians still argue whether eunuchs ever truly escaped surveillance once marked. There were tales, some confirmed, most not, of young scribes being pulled into the invisible mechanisms of court intelligence, only to disappear from records forever. Some reappeared years later as ministers. Others as names whispered in fear. You're now part of that rumor. The work begins that afternoon. You're given a stack of tightly rolled silk scrolls, written in a cipher you've never seen. The script looks like a cross between bird tracks and chess diagrams. The minister hands you a second scroll, the key. Do not copy this, he warns. Memorize it, then burn it. You do. Your mind becomes a maze of symbols and substitutions. You write, carefully. No errors, no ink blots. Each character positioned with the precision of a heartbeat. The messages themselves are short, but terrifying. Snow passes broken. No confirmation on envoy. Third cart rerouted. Package lost. Suspected interception. River signal repeated 3 times. Awaiting silence. Joseon Woo sighted in Goryeo blue robes. Confirm or contain. You nearly drop your brush at that last one. He's active again. Or someone is pretending to be him. For 3 days, you stay in the hall of blue silence. You eat bean gruel and rice. You sleep on a mat so thin, it might as well be a folded napkin. You speak to no one but the steward who brings water. You record 18 messages. On the 4th day, the minister speaks again. He walks in during your second scroll and says, "Tell me something. Why didn't you report the Lantern Hall meeting?" Your blood turns to stone. You whisper, "I didn't know who to trust." He studies you, then chuckles softly. Good answer. Correct, too. He tosses another scroll onto the desk. It's unsealed. The contents are brief. New scribe confirmed. Will test loyalty at next moon cycle. Risk, moderate. Asset potential, high. It's about you. You whisper, "Who wrote this?" He replies, "A ghost." Joseon Woo? No, one older than him, one who taught him. Your breath catches. There are more? He nods. The palace remembers everything, he says, even the parts it tries to forget. He walks out, robes trailing, like a shadow of someone else's dream. You sit alone. the stylus still warm in your hand, you realize something terrifying. This isn't just about you being watched. It's about who's still watching from the dark. People who were erased, not eliminated. People like Joseon Woo. People who left fingerprints on scrolls and then disappeared into footnotes. That night, you dream of ink, dripping, pooling, forming names that dissolve before you can read them. You wake with a word in your mouth. Observer. But it no longer feels like a label. It feels like a sentence. Section 30. You're let out of the hall of blue silence just before dawn. No warning, no explanation. One moment you're transcribing a report about northern courier routes. The next, the steward hands you your robe, your shoes, and a sealed packet of dried anchovy rice, as if you'd just completed a polite retreat, not an intelligence trial. You emerge, blinking into the gray light, like a mole dragged from its burrow. Dong-wook finds you 2 hours later, squatting by the kitchen steam vent, rice packet unopened. You look like someone who's seen the inside of a ledger too long. You nod. I was worried, he says, quieter now. Thought maybe you got assigned to the salt mines. Or worse, the Queen's Poem Club. You almost smile. Almost. But you're tired. Bone tired. The kind of tired where you can feel your own heartbeat in the soles of your feet. You whisper, "They know everything, Dong-wook." He sits beside you. I figured. No, everything. Where we go, what we eat, who we talk to, what we almost write, but don't. He says nothing for a while. Then, so what do we do? You stare into the steam. We watch back. The day returns to its normal rhythm, or tries to. You're reassigned to the hall of ceremonial drapery, supposedly to take inventory of embroidered scroll wraps for the Queen's upcoming birthday. But the real reason becomes clear within 10 minutes. The drapery hall sits right above the records attestation room, where all transcribed edicts are certified and signed. And someone down there is falsifying signatures. You're not supposed to notice, but you do. The official seal used on edicts from the Office of Military Affairs? It's slightly off, tilted just a little to the left, enough that a trained scribe would spot it. The ink used? Too bright. Fresh. And the paper? Slightly heavier stock than regulation. Forged documents are moving through the palace, and no one is stopping them. You start to keep notes on your person, on your sleeve cuffs, in the margin of your meal scroll. Tiny marks. Triangles for dates. Circles for titles. Crosses for lies. Then, one afternoon, as you're pretending to examine a bolt of silk stitched with cranes, a voice murmurs behind you. You missed one. You turn. It's a girl about your age, dressed like a laundry runner. But her shoes, clean, too clean for a day's work. She doesn't make eye contact, just slips you a folded scrap and walks away. Inside, a symbol, the same slashed lotus from the ring, from the ghost map, from Joseon Woo, and a line. He never left. He only changed faces. You read it 3 times. Suddenly, your mind is racing back over every face you've passed in the last month. Who smiled too much? Who bowed too shallow? Who listened when they weren't supposed to? Historians still argue whether palace infiltrators ever truly changed identity to escape detection, or if that idea was planted by paranoid ministers who couldn't believe anyone would vanish without trace. But now, you begin to believe it's possible. Because the handwriting on the note? It's identical to the note left under your pillow weeks ago. The message from the girl with the lantern. You feel your stomach twist. What if the girl in the archive room wasn't who she claimed to be? What if that was Joseon Woo? What if he never vanished, but became many people? That night, you wait until Dong-wook falls asleep. Then you slip out. You go to the Royal Portrait Hall, where paintings of kings, queens, and key ministers hang in solemn silence. But what interests you is the glass cabinet in the back, where portraits of senior eunuchs are kept. Most people ignore them. You don't. You find a painting dated exactly 5 years ago. It shows a young eunuch standing beside the throne dais. Small frame, sharp eyes, soft smile. The nameplate reads, Joseon Woo, attendant of the Second Court. You stare. He looks like no one you've seen, and also like everyone. Plain, ordinary, easily forgettable. The kind of face that could walk past you 100 times and never make a dent in memory. The kind of face someone could recreate. You sit in the hall for a long time, thinking, plotting. There's a pattern in all of this. Everywhere Joseon Woo's name appears, something shifts. An assignment changes. A document disappears. A seal is forged. A eunuch gets reassigned to a colder post. And someone like you gets pulled deeper into the center. You return to your mat at sunrise. Dong-wook is already up, sipping weak barley tea. He hands you a bowl. You whisper, "What would you do if you had a name that could erase people?" He sips. "Trade it for better tea." You laugh, actually laugh, then fall quiet again. Because that name, you think you might be next on its list. Section 31. You don't know what finally pushes you to the Queen's courtyard. Maybe it's the sleepless nights. Maybe it's the slashed lotus symbols that keep appearing in your path, like a breadcrumb trail left by ghosts. Or maybe it's that deep, gnawing sense that you're nearing the center of something so massive and ancient, it can only be approached in whispers. Whatever the reason, you go. You bring a scroll bundle and a tray of scented ink blocks. A perfectly acceptable delivery for the Queen's household, especially as her birthday approaches. You bow at the gate, pass through inspection, and let the rhythm of protocol carry you into the calmest, most dangerously silent space in the palace. Because if the king rules with a voice, the queen rules with stillness. You are led to the outer hall. You're told to wait. 10 minutes pass. Then 20. You stand so still, your spine begins to ache. Then, Her Majesty will see the delivery eunuch. You are not expecting that. You are ushered into a tea chamber, the air perfumed with jasmine and sandalwood. Everything is pale. White jade cups, silk cushions, moonlight trickling through sheer screens. At the center sits the queen. She doesn't look at you, only says, "Place the tray." You do. She studies the ink blocks like they are suspect gifts from a scheming poet. Then, softly, "Do you know why I asked for this particular blend?" You swallow. It is the plum blossom scent, used in springtime rituals of renewal. She smiles, faintly. "Good. You read well." She gestures for the servant to leave. You are now alone with the queen, which is a bit like being alone with a tiger in a library. Beautiful, terrifying, potentially historic. She says, "Do you know how many eunuchs I've seen fall in this court?" You bow deeply. "I do not, Your Majesty." "Hundreds," she replies. "Some by ambition, some by error, most by being in the wrong place at the wrong time." A pause. She looks up. "You are always in the wrong place at exactly the right time." Your throat tightens. "I know about the archives," she says. "The map, the girl, the ghost name." You're frozen. She adds, "Do not worry. I won't ask who told you, because I know." You finally find your voice. "Why are you telling me this?" She tilts her head. "Because the palace has always needed observers, quiet ones, with steady hands and curious hearts. Most of them are erased. A few survive." She reaches under the tea table, pulls out a scroll, sealed with white wax, the rarest kind. You hesitate. She says, "Take it, but don't open it until you're ready to choose." "Choose what?" "Whether you become a watcher who survives," she says, "or a witness who disappears." Historians still debate whether the queen, during this reign, was aware of the inner networks within the eunuch system. Some think she was merely a ceremonial presence. Others believe she played both sides of the palace, like a musician tuning an instrument only she could hear. Now you think they underestimated her. You leave the queen's quarters with the scroll tucked inside your robe. Outside, the cherry trees have begun to bud, even though it's too early. One bloom has cracked open prematurely. Small, pink, defiant. You find Dong-wook polishing incense bowls behind the lantern rack. You sit beside him. Say nothing for a while. Then, "I saw the queen." He nearly drops his rag. "You what?" "She gave me a scroll." He stares. "Is it cursed?" "No." "Blessed?" "Worse." You pass him the white wax scroll. He doesn't touch it, just leans in, whispers, "What are you going to do?" You shake your head. "I think I'm going to wait until the moon wanes." He raises an eyebrow. "Poetic. Risky." "Everything's risky now." You both fall silent again. Then Dong-wook says, "What if we just left?" You turn to him. "Left?" He nods. "Walked away. Disappeared into the countryside. Started a tofu stall. You write poems. I handle the pickles." You almost laugh. But it's a heavy, tired laugh. The kind that smells like longing. "I'd miss the ink," you say. He grins. "I'd miss the chaos." You sit together until the shadow of the lanterns disappears into the dirt. Later that night, when you're alone, you place the white wax scroll in the small gap beneath your floor mat. Then you lie down. You whisper to the dark, "Watcher or witness?" And the dark whispers back, "Decide soon." Section 32. The moon begins to wane. You start seeing things more clearly, as if the night itself has decided to strip off its layers and show you the bones beneath the palace skin. Shadows no longer move like shadows. They carry intention. Doors breathe open just a little too long. Conversations halt a heartbeat too late when you walk by. You don't open the white wax scroll. Not yet. Instead, you begin listening harder. Your hearing sharpens to the point where you can distinguish the difference between the soft patter of rain and the sound of soft shoes on wet stone. You know when a door is being closed carefully, not carelessly. You learn that the 5th floorboard in the northwest corridor creaks even when you think it doesn't. Dong-wook notices the change. "You're blinking less," he says one morning. "What?" "You haven't blinked in the last 2 minutes. Are you okay? Are you evolving into some kind of royal owl?" You try to smile, but it lands crooked, because deep down you feel like something is about to break, and it might be you. On the 2nd day of the waning moon, you're called to the office of ritual flowers, a relatively harmless department in charge of arranging ceremonial bouquets, herb bundles, and those ridiculously intricate pine cone clusters that nobody knows how to assemble anymore. You suspect it's a cover. You're right. The office is empty when you arrive. Only a single vase sits on the center table. Lotus blossoms, slashed. You freeze. Then a scroll appears from beneath the vase, like a conjured secret. You take it, unseal it. Inside, final test. Find the flame keeper. If he speaks to you, you are in. If he doesn't, leave or vanish. You've heard that name before. Flame keeper. A title, not a name. An old one. Archaic. Nearly forgotten. Historians still argue whether it referred to the eunuch in charge of ceremonial candles, or something older. A gatekeeper of secrets. A memory holder. Someone tasked with preserving not fire, but truth. You begin asking subtle questions, not direct, just small curiosities tossed out during casual conversation. Dong-wook watches you, like a cat watches someone trying to steal a fish bun. "Who exactly is this flame keeper?" he asks over breakfast. "I'm not sure yet." "Is he going to light something or burn it down?" "Probably both." You finally hear a whisper from an old steward polishing silver trays. He says the flame keeper lives in the chamber of the unlit lanterns. You've never heard of it, because it's not on the maps. But there's a room behind the Hall of Ancestral Stone, where the windows are blacked out, and no oil lamps are ever stored. A room sealed with a red cord instead of a lock. You go. At night, you bring no light. Inside, total blackness. Dust. The soft scent of old wa and forgotten incense. You say nothing. You wait for what feels like hours. Then, a voice in the dark. "You've seen too much." You freeze. The voice is old, gentle, sad. You've seen what was meant to be erased. You've walked the echo corridors. You've written the names that no longer have breath. You whisper, "Are you the flame keeper?" Silence. Then, "That name was given to me. I kept it until it burned me hollow." You hear movement, a cloth shifting, a scroll being unrolled. "You want to know what's real," he says. "Yes." He sighs. "Then understand this. The palace is built on forgetting. Every truth you dig up has already been buried twice." You step forward. "I don't want to expose it. I just want to survive it." That seems to surprise him. "Most who come here want to change the world. I just want to live long enough to remember it." Another pause. Then, slowly, he presses something into your hand. It's a charcoal ring, fragile, easily shattered, but warm. When the moment comes, he says, break this, not to reveal, to protect. Protect what? Yourself, or the boy who sleeps beside you, or the prince who walks too carefully, or the truth no one else will write. You nod. Then he says, you've passed. Just like that. You leave before dawn. Back in your quarters, you hide the charcoal ring inside your old incense bowl, the one you were given on your first week in the palace, when you barely knew how to bow correctly. Dong-wook stirs. Did the lanterns talk to you? You reply, no, but one of them remembered my name. He rolls over, muttering, you're getting weirder. You lie down and dream of flames that never go out and truths written in smoke. Section 33. The day of the Queen's birthday arrives with a chorus of silk and nerves. Every hallway hums with motion. Petal-strewn carpets are rolled out. Gilded incense burners are polished until they reflect the ceiling. Eunuchs carry trays of plum blossom pastries with hands so steady you'd think they were diffusing bombs, not distributing dessert. You and Dong-wook are assigned to the inner procession path, a narrow corridor that connects the ceremonial garden to the grand pavilion, where the Queen will receive offerings, compliments, and, presumably, 1,000 haiku from ministers hoping for future favor. It's going to be boring, Dong-wook whispers. Let's enjoy it. Boring is safe. You nod, but you don't believe it, because today is too perfect, too timed, and somewhere beneath the sweet scent of boiled ginger and plum petals, you smell movement. Quiet, intentional. You've opened the white wax scroll. Last night. It contained one sentence. He'll be in the procession. You'll recognize his silence. You don't know what that means until you're positioned just outside the garden gate. The Queen's procession begins. One by one, court ladies, ministers, and ceremonial eunuchs pass in carefully orchestrated elegance. Layers of embroidered robes shimmer in the sunlight. Music flows like warm tea. It's stunning. Regal. Then comes the crown prince, and 10 steps behind him, exactly where you once walked. A eunuch. Plain robe. Unmarked sash. Steady steps. You stare at his face. It's forgettable, painfully so. And suddenly you realize that's the trick. You've seen that face before. In the portrait. In the corner of your eye during the map discovery. Watching. Never speaking. Joseon. Not gone. Not changed. Just quiet. You step forward, just half a toe's length out of line, and he sees you. No words, just a slight tilt of his head. Not a nod. A choice. And now it's yours. The charcoal ring is still tucked in your robe. If you break it, you end this. You activate the network of watchers, the buried scribes, the invisible hands that swore oaths in silence. The palace will shudder, but you will live. Maybe. If you don't, you stay what you are. A shadow with a memory. The procession passes. Joseon vanishes around the corner. Dong-wook grabs your sleeve. Hey, you almost stepped out of rank. You nod. I know. Are you okay? No? He studies your face. Then he whispers, whatever happens, I'm with you. Even if it ends in tofu stalls, and pickled radishes. You manage a smile, but in your hand, the ring feels warm. That night, the Queen's garden glows with hundreds of lanterns shaped like tigers and moons and peacocks mid-dance. Music spills over the rooftops. Even Marshal Meow seems to celebrate by stealing an entire steamed bun from the kitchen. And you? You sit at the very edge of the celebration, beneath a ginkgo tree just beginning to gold at the tips. You open your personal scroll. You write, "The man who was erased is alive. He walks like breath, waits like stone, and listens like a memory refusing to die." The Observer. You dry the ink with the back of your sleeve. Dong Wook walks over, 2 buns in hand. One for you. One for your existential crisis. You take it. Thanks. He sits beside you, says nothing more. The ginkgo leaves stir gently overhead, and somewhere in the palace, beneath a different tree, you know Joseon Woo is also sitting, watching, waiting, like you. Section 34. The day after the Queen's birthday, the palace is too quiet. Not the comforting kind of quiet, like after a snowfall or during a good nap under warm quilts. No, this is the kind of silence that makes birds go still. Kitchens burn rice, and officials forget what they were supposed to pretend. You wake before dawn and know something has happened. The air feels pinched. By mid-morning, word begins to leak in whispers. A fire in the hall of Tranquil Records, supposedly minor. No injuries. Contained quickly. Nothing to worry about. Except it wasn't minor. You saw the smoke. And the hall of Tranquil Records is where the seal registry ledgers are kept. Which means someone just erased something. Or someone. You drift through your usual duties like a feather in a pot of glue. Nothing feels right. The scribes are jittery. Pages are being rewritten without explanation. A minister drops a lacquered comb and doesn't bother to pick it up. Even Marshal Meow isn't lounging in the sun like usual. He's nowhere to be found. You finally sneak into a side hallway near the burned archive. Ash still lingers in the corners. The air smells sharp, like wet ink and burned silk. You spot a fragment of charred scroll. You pick it up with sleeve-covered fingers. It reads, "Authorized under Joseon Woo for record adjustment. That's all that remains." You clench your jaw. The man erased once has now erased himself again. Or someone has done it for him. You're about to leave when you hear footsteps. Light. Deliberate. You step into the alcove just as a figure passes. Tall, gloved hands, ceremonial eunuch robes. But his walk is too confident, and something inside you snaps. You follow. Through 2 corridors, past the ink mill, into a passage that dips beneath the lantern hall. You've only seen this hallway once before. It smells of mildew and secrets. The figure stops, turns, and for the first time, speaks. "I knew you'd follow," he says. The voice is low, familiar. "Joseon Woo," you say. "Why now?" He smiles, not cruelly, almost like he's relieved. "Because I finally found someone who doesn't just observe. You remember. You step forward. You burned the registry." He nods. "Because What I did 5 years ago can't be undone, but it can be smudged. What did you do? He leans against the wall. I refused an order. You wait. It was an execution order. A boy, 10 years old. He knew too much. Was it true? He nods. He knew a courier route. That's all. But that was enough for the minister. You feel sick. So I hid him, changed his title, reassigned him as a cook's nephew. You whisper, "Where is he now?" He looks at you. "Fetching tea for the queen," he says. "And quite good at embroidery." You stare at him. You vanished to protect him and others. He hands you a folded cloth. Inside is a list of eunuchs, at least 10 names. "These are the ones who helped," he says. "But they're tired now. It's your choice what happens next." You feel the charcoal ring in your robe pocket. "Why me?" you ask. He studies you. "Because you never stopped writing, even when you were afraid." He steps away. The tunnel deepens behind him. You say, "If I break the ring, what happens?" He turns one last time. Then the watchers rise. The ledgers shift. The palace becomes a little less blind. Then he's gone. The tunnel swallows him. You stay there for a long time, scroll in one hand, charcoal ring in the other. Above you, the palace continues to pretend everything is fine. Below, a choice waits to be made. And you're not just a eunuch anymore. You're the person holding the thread that might unravel everything, or tie it together. Section 35. That night, the wind changes. You can feel it even before you open your eyes, brushing against the lattice window like a messenger too polite to knock. The ginkgo leaves whisper overhead. Somewhere in the distance, a wooden chime clinks unevenly, as if unsure whether it's meant to sing or warn. You sit up. You don't know exactly when you made the decision. Maybe it was the list of names. Maybe it was Joseon Woo's quiet smile, or the memory of the queen's words. A watcher who survives, or a witness who disappears. Or maybe it was the moment you realized you were already too far in to pretend otherwise. You rise, pull on your simplest robe, and walk out into the courtyard. The moon is thin and dull now, like a closing eye. Dong-wook is there, crouched next to the stone water basin, sipping cold tea straight from the ladle. He looks up. "You're doing it, aren't you?" You nod. He doesn't ask what, just stands. "Do you want company?" You reach into your sleeve, hold the charcoal ring in your palm. It feels soft now, fragile, lighter than air, heavier than truth. "No," you say, "but I want you to be safe." He sighs. "Too late for that. You infected me with your conscience." He steps closer. "If anything happens, if they come for you, say I was the one who stole the plum paste." You blink. You did steal the plum paste. Exactly. It'll sound more convincing. He smiles. You take a breath, then walk alone to the place where it all began. The lantern hall. The doors are open. The lanterns inside are unlit, just as they were on the night of the first meeting. You kneel in the center. The charcoal ring rests on your palm like a question, and with one quiet snap, you break it. There's no explosion, no shout, no dramatic gust of wind, only stillness. Then, a flicker. One lantern lights itself, then another, and another. You rise slowly as the hall glows back to life. Lanterns igniting down the corridor like fireflies responding to a long-awaited signal. From the shadows, figures begin to appear. Some you recognize. The girl with the ink blocks, the steward with the quiet smile, the scroll patcher with the twisted ankle who never spoke a word. Until now, when he whispers, "We've been waiting." More arrive. Plain robes, blank sashes. Some bear the mark of the slashed lotus. Others carry ink-stained sleeves, worn from years of writing secrets they were never allowed to speak. You are no longer alone. A voice beside you murmurs, "You're not the first." Another says, "But you might be the last." Joseon Woo steps forward. He bows, not deeply, not theatrically, just enough to tell you this isn't about rank. It's about continuity. The watchers, the scribes, the ones who remember. You hold up the Queen's white wax scroll. Unfold it once more. At the bottom is a new line that wasn't there before. Let the story be written, even if it cannot be told. You whisper, "What do we do now?" A woman behind you says, "We begin to correct." Joseon Woo nods, quietly, precisely, patiently. You exhale. The lantern light flickers on your face, like breathing parchment. You have no title now, no assignment, but you have something else. A memory that resists erasure. A name that cannot be rewritten. You are the observer, and the palace no longer owns your silence. Wind down. Now the lanterns are dimming. One by one, their flames shrink into silence, leaving behind soft curls of smoke that smell faintly of ink and old pine. The watchers fade into the dark again, their footsteps leaving no echo. And you remain kneeling beneath the ginkgo tree, its golden leaves falling slowly like forgotten thoughts. The palace grows quiet. Not the dangerous quiet from before, but the kind of quiet that settles over a garden after a long evening. The kind that wraps around your shoulders like a thin blanket and tells you that, for now, it's over. You've survived. More than that, you've remembered. You've seen the unseeable, walked with ghosts who never really left. And you've chosen not to vanish, but to remain, gently, silently, fully awake. The moon has almost disappeared now, just a pale thread above the rooftops. You lie back, close your eyes. You hear the rustle of Dong-wook's breathing on the mat beside yours, the soft stretch of the paper walls, the steady, quiet pulse of a palace that, just for tonight, is at rest. Let your breathing slow. Let your hands relax. Let the scrolls of memory roll back into gentle darkness. There is nothing else to do tonight, only to sleep. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.